Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know? Companies using SAP Ariba experience up to 60% faster procurement cycles and save 15% on costs. With over $3 trillion in commerce flowing through Ariba annually, it's a game changer in procurement and supply chain management. SAP S/4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG helps businesses streamline procurement, supplier management, and payments through automation and cloud integration. It connects buyers and suppliers seamlessly for efficient, transparent, and cost-effective transactions. Over 5 million companies use SAP Ariba for smarter procurement. It reduces supplier risk by 25% and boosts contract compliance by 30%. With SAP Business Network and CIG, integration is faster. Ariba streamlines data exchange, provides real-time insights, and enhances supplier collaboration, keeping businesses competitive digitally. This course will cover SAP Ariba's core functions, upstream and downstream processes, and how CIG simplifies integration. You'll gain hands-on skills to optimize procurement workflows and drive business efficiency. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. SAP Overview. 2. Supplier Performance Management. 3. Sourcing Overview. 4. RFP Event and Scoring. 5. RFI and RFP Events. Let's dive in.
So let's begin. Let me share my screen. So to start with, there are two types of systems. Okay, let me use to explain you that. Okay, basically, if you see ECC or S4HANA, they are called as on-premise systems. Okay, and whereas in Ariba is an on-cloud solution. Okay, in ECC or S4HANA, when you log into this portal, you have to, for each and every transaction, there is a T code, transaction code. Okay, and when I say on-premise, okay, the servers are maintained by the client itself. Okay, the company, the SAP Ariba product company will not maintain any of the servers. Okay, in case of on-cloud solution, there will be a data centers. There will be no servers. Okay, there will be a data centers. Like for Europe region, there will be one data center. Okay, APAC region, there will be one data center. Okay, for KSA, there is a data center. Likewise, there are data centers, and all these are managed by SAP product company only, not by the client. Okay, this is the difference between on-premise and on-cloud solution. When compared to on-premise and on-cloud solution, on-premise solution is not cost effective because servers, they have to give the space for the servers, and they have to maintain the servers. And in case of Ariba, the advantage is like all the data, everything is maintained in the data centers. Okay, this is a benefit from Ariba, and it is called as a SaaS solution, software as a service solution.
Just
Okay.
one question here. S4HANA can also be on cloud, right?
Yeah, in future.
Yeah. But it's also available on premise, but Ariba doesn't have even option of having on premise.
Yeah. No, if I see, let me take you through this PPT. When they started in 1996, it was on premise. Okay. So the basic idea, there were 4 people from IBM. Okay, they have started Ariba. Their main idea why they have built Ariba was they want to have procurement on internet. Okay, that was the main focus, primary focus why they started Ariba. And initially when they started, everything was on premise. Okay, only in 2012 they have moved to on cloud, and later on this has been acquired by SAP and it became SAP Ariba. Okay, it was founded in 1996. 1999, the company went public on NASDAQ. 2000 to 2005, Ariba made several acquisitions to expand its capabilities. Okay, in 2007, Ariba transitioned to fully cloud-based model. Prior to 2007, it was an on-premise model. In 2012, SAP acquired Ariba for $4.3 billion, making it a subsidiary. Okay, this is the brief history of Ariba, how it started, why it started.
It can be hosted on private cloud as well, or only on public cloud?
It is a public cloud actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, we can't choose the cloud provider, right? Like we can't say that we want to go with Geo.
No. Ariba itself, take care of that. You cannot choose cloud. Okay. So this is, what is difference between SAP, the typical SAP model and Ariba is in SAP, when you create a PR, you create a PR or a PO, the PO has to be communicated through email, correct? Whereas in Ariba, we have two portals. One is Ariba Spend Management. This is only for buyers. Buyers can log into SAP Ariba Spend Management. They can invite the supplier. They can do sourcing activities. They can do contractual activities. They can create PR, POs, VRs, everything. And see, the response to the supplier will not go through mails. Buyer has a separate portal. It was earlier it was called as Ariba Network. Now they are calling it as Business Network. When from Ariba you create a sourcing activity, RFI or RFP, and you publish it, and supplier can log into Business Network and he can respond to that. Similarly, when buyer creates a PR, PO, and PO is sent to the supplier, supplier can log into Business Network. He can view the PO. He can send order confirmation from Business Network. This is for suppliers login. This is for buyers login. There are two systems actually. This is, whatever buyer activities, that those are carried out in Ariba Spend Management. The supplier activities are carried out in Ariba Network. Now it is called as Business Network. So, when we send a PO, supplier will log into Business Network. When they register, they will create their username and password. The same details, when we send a PO to him, they will receive a notification. You have received a purchase order from so-and-so company. So they will click on the link to view the purchase order, and they will have option to do order confirmation. They will acknowledge. Order confirmation is nothing but they will acknowledge the PO. And the acknowledgement the buyer will receive back, and he start doing his goods receipt service sheet. In case of service POs, he will do a service sheet. In case of goods PO, a material PO, he will do a goods receipt. Once the goods receipt or service sheet is done, in some cases service sheet is done by buyers, and in some cases suppliers will do service sheet from Business Network. Both are possible. And after this activity is done, they will create an invoice. Supplier will create an invoice, and that will come to Ariba Spend Management. In Ariba Spend Management, buyer will do a IR activity, invoice reconciliation activity. When the invoice is reconciled and it is scheduled for payment, and supplier will be paid. So this is the whole process.
So one thing, so this is where Ariba Network, where the supplier also can upload the invoices, correct?
Yes, correct. Supplier can also upload the invoices. If some suppliers say we are not moved to electronic, invoicing, so we will send you a paper invoice. In that case, buyer has to do invoice in Ariba Spend Management on behalf of supplier.
One question here. So this two are basically two different systems, or for the same system, two different login?
No. Two different systems.
So let's assume I am posting a PO. So it will be in our spend management system through interface. It will move to the network system, and then supplier will receive it.
Yes. Supplier has to log into his portal.
Yes.
Our portal is called as Ariba Spend Management. Supplier portal is called as Business Network.
Okay. So we can have a setup like this. Ariba setup spend management is totally accessible only to the internal people, and this this system will be exposed to the outer world, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is the difference. Now what happens is, coming to the different modules we have in Ariba. We have SLP module, which is called as Supplier Lifecycle and Performance. Let's say Supplier Management module. I will say what is Supplier Lifecycle and other things in the...
Just one thing, there is one VTP also, that is also the Ariba network, or that is something different? Business network?
No, it is BTP.
Yeah.
It is BTP is especially used for, CPI?
No, actually, I just have some kind of just working with this BTP team. That's why, because they are developing one page that was externally available to the suppliers actually.
Okay. So BTP or CPI, they are actually used for integration. When we are integrating two systems, BTP or CPI. Within Ariba, there is integration tool called CIG, Cloud Integration Gateway. I will come to that,
Yeah, no problem. Just one thing came in my mind, so I just threw it up. No problem.
So when talking to Ariba, this is Ariba. Ariba has two types of features, like downstream modules. First upstream modules.
Are you sharing anything?
Oh,
yes. We can see the screen. Are you not able to see the screen?
Oh, no, that's why.
Maybe you I don't know, maybe leave and
I
join,
can also
something like that.
see.
Because we are able to see.
Okay, fine. I will try to reconnect again. Otherwise.
So yeah, so there are in Ariba there is upstream modules which is called there is a supplier management module, sourcing, okay, and contract. Okay, under downstream module we have P2P. Under downstream we have P2P. Okay, so I mean to give you a brief introduction about all these modules. Okay, I mean the supplier management is mainly used for supplier onboarding purposes. Okay, if you want to do a business with supplier, first you have to onboard a supplier. Okay, for onboarding activities, this supplier management is used. Okay, in this supplier management, okay, there is internally there will be a procurement guy. Okay, he understands I want to onboard a supplier. Okay, then he will create a supplier request, internal form. Okay, in this internal supplier request, what he will give is supplier name and some basic supplier details, and that will go for an approval. Once the supplier request is approved, I mean, then they will send a supplier registration link to the supplier. Okay, this supplier registration link, supplier will receive to their email ID, and they click on the link and register themselves to get into Ariba. When during this supplier registration, okay, they will create their username and password for in future activities. I mean, for future, they have to respond for any sourcing activities, contract or P2P activities. They will create their own username and password. Okay, once supplier is registered, okay, this supplier management has different activities. Supplier request followed by supplier registration, supplier qualification, okay, and followed by we can make the supplier preferred. I mean, there is a module called guided buying. Okay, we can make this supplier as a preferred supplier, wherein there are levels for the supplier like platinum supplier, gold supplier. That may be because they have some strategic relationship with the supplier. Okay, whenever they are buying that item, they want to see that supplier in the first place. Like we see 4-star, 5-star rating in Amazon and Flipkart. No, likewise, each supplier will have a grade in case of preferred supplier. When we maintain that preferred supplier, when we are searching for an item in Ariba, those suppliers are recommended in the first place. Okay, for that purpose, this preferred supplier is used. Okay, we also have supplier performance management, like we have our appraisal for employees. For suppliers also we have supplier performance. Their supplier performance is measured based on how their deliverables in on-time delivery, how the quality on these supplier performance is measured. Now the extensive supplier performance is measured based on they are involving, diversification and environmental social responsibilities. Based on that also supplier performance is measured. Okay. Not only this, and we also have a supplier risk. They have introduced a supplier risk also under supplier management. Okay, supplier risk, what happens? They have tied up with some news agencies or rating agencies like Duns and Bradstreet and Avocado. Okay, you will keep receiving alerts, okay, from those third-party tools. Okay, stating, for example, there is a upcoming pandemic outbreak in China. Okay, so for next 3 years, you will not onboard any Chinese supplier. I mean, when you are onboarding any Chinese supplier, you will measure the risk. Okay, if it is very high risk, you will not onboard him. If it is a medium or low risk, consider and onboarding. Okay. So one example I gave about China, there might be wars in some places. Okay, you receive alerts, or some supplier is involved in some money laundering. Okay, you will receive alerts. Okay, there is a bankruptcy from the supplier, you will receive some alerts. Okay, so the supplier risk has
So this
different.
alert we will receive directly from Ariba, or like from the news we need to see,
No,
and
no.
then we need.
When we tie up from these third parties in Ariba, we receive these alerts. Okay, when we buy a supplier risk, we especially this is a separate product. Okay, we say Ariba that we want Ariba risk module. Okay, and our supplier risk module is enabled on our system. When supplier risk module is enabled on our system, it is tied up with some third parties. Okay, there is
Okay.
when we go to the supplier risk dashboard, there is a place where you can see all the alerts.
Okay. So it's third party is linked to third party, and third party
Yeah.
is doing the research, and they are pushing the alert based upon their research.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, when upstream is considered, okay, these are the different modules under supplier management. Okay,
So this all are separate modules, like for onboarding, for performance review, for risk purpose. This all are separate.
I'll tell you. So see, there are two things, okay? There is SIPM, okay? There is what supplier management as a portfolio, what they provide is they will provide SIPM, they will provide SLP, and they will provide supplier risk, okay? When we talk about SIPM, okay, this is only about supplier information and performance management, okay? And this will have only supplier request, supplier registration. This talks about only organization, supplier organization, and its users. That's it, okay? And there is SLP. SLP is called as called as a 360-degree view of a supplier. Okay, when you buy some SLP module, it will give you a 360-degree view of a supplier. Okay, I mean from the supplier request, registration, qualification, preferred supplier, performance. Okay, so it will give a 360-degree view, and you can see all in one place in SLP. Okay, when you buy SLP, here, organizations, users, and performance can be carried out. In SLP, all these except supplier risk are carried out. Okay. You can also have modular questionnaires. I will talk about modular questionnaires. SLP will have an extended architecture. Okay. This SIPM is the old architecture and SLP is the new architecture. Okay. SLP will have all these modules. It starts from supplier request, registration, qualification, preferred supplier, performance, and supplier risk is a separate module. Okay. When you want to buy, you can buy these two, SLP and supplier risk together, or SIPM and supplier risk together, SIPM alone or SLP alone. However, the customer needs, they can buy it.
But
So as of
SLP
now,
will
what
not
is the
have onboarding
percentage?
activities. Like SLP will not have onboarding.
Yeah, onboarding it will have. I mean, see, it will in SIPM you will have only these two.
Okay.
These two and performance. Okay. In SLP, end to end you will have all this
Okay.
performance, preferred supplier, all these things you have.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So only supplier risk itself is a separate one, right?
Separate module. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So if the customer is buying SIPM, they can buy supplier risk, but they can't buy these two together. This is classic architecture and new architecture. They can buy these SLP and supplier risk together, or SIPM and supplier risk together. This is called as supplier management portfolio. Under this portfolio, you have all these modules like SIPM, SLP, or supplier risk. I mean, as per their necessity, I mean, when you go as a consultant, they will say, I mean, what is the requirement? Accordingly, you can recommend them what they want to buy. I think consultant will not have it. Pre-sales team will have all these things. They will only decide and provide them which modules they want, whether SIPM they want to go or SLP or supplier. Okay, now the supplier is onboarded into the system. Okay, now supplier is onboarded into the system. You want to gauge his performance. I mean, sorry, you want to understand, I mean, what he can provide us. Okay, for that, you can create events in Ariba. Okay, those events are called as RFI, RFP, your options. Okay, so once supplier is onboarded, you can create a request for information, request for proposal, options. RFI is nothing but information. In information, for example, you can only ask supplier questions. Okay, only questions you can ask in RFI. For example, now the new terminology is artificial intelligence. Okay, in one of the cases, your company want to buy an artificial intelligence to automate something. Okay, you have the requirement, but you don't know which supplier will provide that information. So you will send out this RFI requirement with requirement and question this RFI to all the suppliers who are dealing with artificial intelligence. Say for 100 suppliers, you will send this RFI. Okay. Within that 100, once you receive responses from them, you roll out a questionnaire in RFI. In the request for information, you will ask, okay, this is our requirement. We are looking some artificial intelligence. I mean, so they will respond. Suppliers will respond. In that, you will shortlist some 10 people. Okay. And then you roll out an RFP to them. Okay. RFP is nothing but a request for proposal. Request for proposal can be, I mean, it is a techno-commercial. Okay, you can ask technical details, further technical details, and up commercials also in RFP. Auctions are mostly commercial. Here, no technical things will be there. Okay, in RFP, for example, from 100, you shortlist it to 10 in RFP. Okay, in RFP, you shortlist some 3 people and See, basically for any procurement day, what is target? For sales, it is the revenue target. For procurement, what is the target? Savings is the target. So until he reach the percentage of saving, he will do some rounds of RFPs, some rounds of auctions with the supplier. For a certain, at the end of the day, he will receive some 20% saving from two suppliers, and he will find 25% savings from one of the supplier. He will award the business to that supplier. Okay, understood? Any questions?
This auctions, whether it supports forward and backward auctions, both kind of, or only single?
No. Forward also we can do. Reverse auctions, you know, right? Difference between reverse and forward auctions. Forward auctions is for sales and reverse auctions is for purchasing.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it supports both. Okay, we will see that. Okay. So see, now you have awarded the business between one supplier or three suppliers. If you are awarding it to one supplier, all 100% business you are giving it to him. If you are awarding it to three suppliers, see why you award a supplier business to three suppliers or two suppliers? Availability of the product. Sometimes it is better to award it to two suppliers finally, because if the product or service is not available with one supplier, you can reach out to other supplier. In that cases, they will award the business to two suppliers, more than one supplier. Okay. And then finally, sourcing is done. You have awarded the business to one supplier. Now you have to make a contract with him, isn't it? That contract you can do it in contract module. Okay, it is called as contract management module. Okay, contract management has two things. Okay, one is contract authoring and contract compliance. Okay, what is contract authoring? Contract authoring is like now you have awarded a business to one supplier. Now you have to discuss on the sections and clauses in the agreement. Okay, it can be a master agreement or a sub agreement or a scheduled agreement. You have to discuss on this whole sections and clauses. Okay, both the legal teams from the buyer side and suppliers has to agree on the terms and conditions, and both the parties has to sign the contract. Okay, this activity, drafting the contract, okay, negotiating on the legal teams negotiating on these sections and clauses, and until signing the contract is called as contract authoring process. Okay, then what is contract compliance is? Contract compliance is the only module. It is linked to your downstream P2P. After here, the contract is signed. Okay. In contract compliance, you define maybe the contract is based on supplier level contract, item level contract. Okay. There can be a supplier level contract or item level contract, for example. In these two, if it is a supplier level contract, okay, you have to link when you are buying any item from this supplier. Okay, you will receive some discount. Okay, the maximum limit for this contract is this much. Okay, and the third criteria will be if you buy 100 items, this is the discount. Okay, and the fourth criteria can be every time you create a PO, minimum PO value should be this much. All these things you define in contract compliance. Okay, when you define all those in contract compliance, when you are creating a PR in the downstream module, okay, in the downstream module with this supplier, that contract terms and condition will apply. Okay, when you're creating a PR and you link that supplier contract in the PR, those terms and conditions will apply. Automatically, you will see a discount applied on the PR. Okay. Similarly, if it is item level contract, when you are using that item in the PR and you will link the contract in the PR line item, that contract terms and condition will apply. Okay, it will say, you are linking the contract, and in the contract compliance, it says minimum order value is 25,000. You are trying to create a PR with 10,000 or something. It will say, it will throw an error. Okay. This is
Viraj, one more thing. With the RFI, FP, we have RFQ also, right? So that is also covered in sourcing, correct, at that time?
No. RFQ, see, this in Ariba, RFP and RFQ are interchangeably used. Okay, it is request for quote. It can be a proposal, or you can only ask commercials. You can also ask both technical and commercials. There is no separate RFQ in sourcing. RFP itself is used as RFQ. But in when you are asking for a quote, you will not include all these technical things. Okay, only commercial you will ask.
Yeah, correct. Because the requester just create a PR, so we just need to get that quotations right from the suppliers, and accordingly we can choose to issue a PO. That's why I was asking, because RFP, we are just asking for many things, then I couldn't find RFP.
No. In RFP also you can use it only for commercials.
Okay.
Okay. So for linking this contract to the downstream, you will use contract compliance. Contract authoring is about drafting and signing the contract, negotiation on sections and clauses. Okay, all these things. Okay. In the downstream, okay, what happens is, these are all upstream modules. Okay, we discussed. Okay. In the downstream,
Okay,
the
Vinay,
people.
just one thing. This contract authoring, when you say it is created specifically for a vendor and for a product or service, or general contracts can also be created and we can keep it in some repository which can be used by various other buyers also.
Yes. You can have a general repository also within the contract. Let me log in and show you.
Yeah, that is fine. I was just
Yeah.
thinking to ask.
Yeah, there is a contract for sales, there is a contract workspace. Okay, when you are creating contract authoring, you will create a workspace. Okay, workspace is nothing but where you can load all the contract documents for repository. Okay, all the related documents, not only the signed documents, any other contract documents related to that business, you can load, keep it as a repository.
Okay.
So these are all upstream modules: supplier management, SLP, sourcing, and contract. Okay. Then we have P2P, the downstream module. So once the contract is made, we have to start doing transactions with the suppliers, right? There is when the buyer will start. Okay, there will be two people, and coming to P2P, one is preparer, one is requester. Okay. The preparer is actually who is preparing the PR, okay, the purchase requisition. Requester will be his supervisor. In some cases, requester and preparer will be same. Okay, for example, in some cases, what happens? One or two POs. If Atul has to create only one or two POs, one PO or two PO in a day, he will create. He will become a preparer. He will create himself, and he'll become a requester also. In some cases, Atul has to create 10 PRs or 20 PRs in a day. He will have a subordinate. Okay, he can make him preparer, and he can become requester. Okay, preparer is who is actually preparing the PR. Requester is like his supervisor, or on behalf of whom the preparer is preparing, he can become the requester. These two people will prepare a PR. Okay, and this PR will go for designed approval flow. Okay, based on the values. Okay, once it is fully approved. Okay, unlike in S4 or ECC. Okay, you need not have to create a PO. How is it in Oracle? Like you create a PR also, you create PO also.
Yes.
Okay, but in Ariba, when PR is fully approved, PO generates automatically.
Yeah, so we have both the options. If we want to generate the PO automatically, then we can also get it generated. Otherwise, we have to create manually to select like what all lines. Maybe there are, let's say, 5 lines in the PR. So for 3 lines, we can create one PO. For the other 2 lines, we can create other PO.
So PO generates automatically. After PO is generated, this PO will go to supplier. Okay, supplier will create order confirmation. Okay, once order confirmation is done, the goods receipt or service entry sheet will be created. Invoice either by the buyer or supplier will create an invoice, and invoice reconciliation, payment. Okay, this is about P2P model. Here, when you come to P2P, there are two things. One is non-catalog items and catalog items. Okay, non-catalog items are nothing but which are not part of any catalog. Okay, you are creating a PR with a free text. Okay, in the description you put, I want this, you enter manually what you need. Okay, catalog items are like, these are predefined. What you see in Amazon or Flipkart, the tiles, those are called catalogs. Okay, you have to click on each catalog, and the price you already see, you have to click on this add to cart checkout. Okay, those are called catalogs. Okay, those catalog items, we can upload it into Ariba, and supplier from their side also they can upload, and we can also upload these catalogs into Ariba. Whoever is buying the catalogs, whoever want to create a PR, they will first go to this catalog page. They will select the item, checkout. Okay, add to cart and checkout, and submit the PR. Okay, if whatever they want to procure, the requirement is not within the catalog, they will go for non-catalog item, free text. Okay, so this is about catalogs and non-catalog items. Now I will give you a small brief introduction about integration. Okay. When we talk about integration, now your one customer is using S4HANA. Okay. One customer is using S4HANA or is okay. They say Ariba has so many modules. I mean, they are already using. Before telling introduction, I want to tell one more thing. You know what is difference between indirect procurement and direct procurement? Any idea what is difference between indirect procurement and direct procurement?
Direct is basically from that what we called that whoever is manufacturing the parts, or they're the direct, or maybe indirect, maybe
Yeah.
some.
So you are purchasing something, okay, which is directly, I mean, you are involving that in, you are making some expense, okay, you are purchasing raw materials or something which is directly involved in production of a product or a service. That is direct procurement, okay. And in other cases, indirect procurement is now product is already produced. Now for the other things like marketing, okay, for IT team, for branding, packaging, and for salary of your office staff outside. I mean, for direct procurement, you pay wages. Outside the production house, you will pay salaries. For the IT team, clerical jobs, okay, the office chair, laptops, all this comes under indirect procurement. Okay. So Ariba mainly deals with indirect procurement, not direct procurement. Okay. S4HANA ECC mainly deals with direct procurement. Okay. Now, keep this in mind.
What is the full form of ECC? Actually, I was just thinking to ask you.
ECC, as far as I know, it is S4HANA is the latest version of our SAP Material Management. ECC is the old version. I will recheck and come back to you.
Okay, no problem.
It is a older version. Now ECC 6.0 is the version. Okay, I mean old SAP version. Okay, I mean when I say S4HANA or ECC 6.0. I'm talking about this okay, S4HANA or ECC okay, material management. Material management is only related to our Ariba. Okay, sales or FICO or other modules are not related to Ariba. Okay, whatever activities we are doing in also we are doing all these P2P activities. There is a minimal of contract and what you call the RFQ module. Mostly the P2P module is there in material management. Okay, some part of SRM module. Okay, SRM and is, if you combine and SRM, that is Ariba in cloud. Okay. Now, for example, when I'm coming here, okay, here they are saying, okay, they in here in ECC or they will do direct and procurement. I mean, direct procurement and indirect procurement most of the times. Okay, when coming here, I mean, some pre-sales person is going to sell.
Just one question here, like why can't direct procurement be done in Ariba? Like conceptually, I'm trying to understand like why direct procurement is not there in Ariba.
Okay, good question. Because there is something called inventory management in SAP Inventory management is not done in Ariba. Okay, stock valuation, inventory, all those things are not done in Ariba. Okay, subcontracting, consignment activities. Okay, the special procurement they use, right? I mean, those are all things not done in Ariba. Only the plain, I mean, PR, catalogs, non-catalogs. Okay, now, okay, supplier is using SAP HANA ECC okay, or SRM. Okay, these modules he is using. Okay, now from Ariba, somebody is going to sell Ariba, and the customer says, no, I'm happy with S4HANA, but I like the catalogs and sourcing module. Actually, the niche modules in Ariba are catalogs and the sourcing. Sourcing RFI, SLP also, the supplier management activity. So what they say, so I will buy only SLP, okay, your sourcing, and the contract modules. And later P2P, I will integrate the contract with SAP SAP MMPR, and I will carry out other functions. I mean the P2P functions in itself. In this case, integration is required. Okay, and this is one. And they say we don't want any upstream. Okay, but we want catalogs to be used. Okay, we want PR and PO to be created in Ariba. Okay, PR and PO in Ariba. After that, I mean the goods receipt, service sheets, invoice, and payment, we will do it in Okay, during this case also you need integration. Why you need integration? Once the PO is generated in Ariba, okay, the PO has to be transmitted to Between this, you have to link both the systems. Okay, to link these two systems, you can use CIG as a middleware. I mean, this is the inbuilt integration product given by Ariba. This is a direct connectivity. If you are doing integration with CIG, this is a direct connectivity. Other tools are like your BTP, CPI. If you want a mediated connectivity, you can use BTP, or there is a CPI. Okay, for integration, you can use them. And in other case, okay, see, can I use Ariba for direct procurement? Yes, you can use Ariba for direct procurement also. In this case, they will not buy any modules in the upstream. Okay, they will not buy any modules in the upstream. They will not buy this downstream module also. In that case, they want only this supplier side of business network. Okay, they will not. Supplier will say, I will raise the PR from SAP MM. Okay, I will raise the PR from SAP MM. That has to go to business network, supplier business network. When from supplier business network, supplier response and order confirmation, that should come to MM. Okay, they are not buying buyer side of Ariba. They are only taking advantage of supplier side of Ariba. Okay, this is called as commerce automation. Okay, in this fashion, okay, they can create their direct materials in MM, and once the PO is created, the PO can be sent to supplier. They can utilize that Ariba business network to send order confirmation, invoices, and all other things. Okay, this is called as commerce automation, or DSN, digital supplier network. Okay, within this SAP MM, okay, when they are using special procurement, okay, procurement and sending it to business network, okay, the special procurement is nothing but is consignment activities, subcontracting, okay, third party buying, all those things. This is called as supply chain collaboration. This module is called as supply chain collaboration. Understood these two topics?
In this SAP, I can directly use the catalog from the vendor.
No, here catalogs are not used. You can create in MM, you can create a PO. That PO can be sent to business network, supplier business network. You are linking MM and business network. This is
Means you meant to say older system, through older system directly we can use only network and we can send it to the supplier. No need of any Ariba modules, nothing is utilized.
Correct. Okay, this is
Question here. So let's assume in my business scenario, I am using, let's assume, PRPO with MM module, but I want something like, I want to do supplier registration, onboarding, supplier performance, all those things, supplier risk, I want to manage through Ariba, and then integrate it with also that, how that can be done.
Yeah. See, you buy only SLP, that is for supplier lifecycle and performance. You integrate it with your business partner. You call it as business partner in ECC, right? ECC or S4HANA. Supplier is registered. This will integrate to your ECC and create a business partner profile. In ECC, the supplier is called as business partner. Sorry, in S4HANA, the supplier is called as the business partner. You can integrate that. After that, you can carry out the usual process, whatever you do in MM.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So these are also two different modules. You can hear, further when you are going, what is commerce automation, what is DSN, supply chain collaboration, all those things. Okay, this is a brief explanation of that. This is not part of our topics, but I am giving you some explanation in the introduction. Okay.
Can you go up? There was some, So I think as of now in our company, I think we are using this one SLP sourcing contract, one CIGPR that we have written. So we have.
Okay. Here, this one?
Sourcing, we have. No, just come down. You have written, right? Just come down.
Okay. This one, okay.
Yeah. So this, So I think as of now, I think this model, I think we are using here.
Okay. For PR and all, you are using MM only.
Yes.
Upstream, you are using Ariba. Downstream, you are using MM.
Correct.
They have given you URL on all these things, right? Zaren credentials. Okay. There is a strategic sourcing. Okay. There is for Ariba buying and invoicing, separate link is there, and for guided buying there is a different link. We will discuss what is guided buying in future classes. Okay. So for all upstream, you can use this link. Okay. Sourcing for SLP and contracts, you can use this link. And for the P2P, you can use this link. And moreover, if you use one link, you can switch from upstream to downstream within the portal. Okay, see, for example, so this is the page. This is the page you will see when you log into Ariba. Okay, and this is the home dashboard. Whoever is the client you are working, his logo will be here. Okay, And if the supplier, if the customer has bought sourcing, contract, supplier management, he will, whatever he bought, whatever he subscribed to, he will see only those modules. Okay. This is all upstream. When you want to switch to downstream, right? Okay. This is called parent and child. Okay. Upstream, all upstream modules will be in the parent site, and the downstream you will see in the child site. Okay. If you go to this globe icon, okay, and if you click on this, okay, you will come to procurement, contracts, catalog, all this part. Okay. If you go back to your parent site, okay, you will see all upstream activities, sourcing, contract,
I
supplier
think
management.
I opened that this one, the other one. I think I opened that.
Yeah. Okay. So see, we are in upstream now. So whatever the supplier, the customer has bought, they will see that. And there are two types of systems. One is test site and one is production site. Now we are working on the test site. In real time, you will be, when you are implementing, first you will implement everything in the test site and then replicate the same thing to production site. Okay. And yes, so this is the home dashboard. Whatever you have viewed recently, the last 10 items you will see here. Okay. And this is the search option. Okay. You can search the contract request. Okay. Sourcing project. Okay, for example, you want to search for a sourcing project, you can view their ID, or if you click on this sourcing project here, okay, here you can add, you can refine your search, okay, based on what you want to search the supplier. This sourcing project, whether by ID or by creation date or by title, you can keep adding this, and by commodity you want to search, for example, for this commodity, you want to search all the sourcing project, you can click on search and you will find it. Okay. For all this commodity, these are the sourcing projects created. Okay. And you can clear this. Okay. You can search, what are the, sourcing projects created today. Okay. There are 4 sourcing projects created. Okay. With their title, who is the owner, commodity, the project ID. Okay. The sourcing project, WS, workspace for sourcing, and it's followed by the numericals. This is the ID for sourcing project. Similarly, for a contract workspace, it will be CW followed by numericals. Okay. If it is an event, okay, the event ID like RFI, RFP, it will start with a doc. DOC, document number, document followed by DOC followed by, for example, I'll show you here. So you are not seeing event in this place. No events are created as something. You can go to this binocular also and you will find event here. Okay. And all event IDs, you will see DOC followed by numericals. Okay. Whether it is a supplier survey document or RFI, RFP, auction. Okay. It is a qualification survey document. All these documents prefixed with the DOC followed by numericals. Okay. Sourcing project WS, contract workspace with the CW. And if it is a sourcing request, SR followed by numbers. And if it is a PR followed by number, if it is a PO, as they follow, some people follow PO followed by numbers, or they want the same style what there it is in S4 HANA, like without any PO prefix, they will have this 10-digit PO number. Okay, these are the different IDs. Okay, you can search from here, this binocular, or you can search the documents from this search option also. If you are not finding anything, you can click on this more and you will find all options here. Under sourcing, these all you can search. For reports, under reports, you can search analytical report, compound report. Under procurement, you can search for a feed data, supplier data. A common data is like there will be a documents for lessons learned, links to invoice, purchase order, all those things, scorecard, SM process project, modular questionnaire, you can search here. Okay, not applicable. Depends. It will depend on each module. Okay. Similarly, the documents what you have created, you will see here. Okay, and each of this tab is called a dashboard. Okay, you are in home dashboard now. Now you are going to sourcing dashboard. When you go to sourcing dashboard, you will see information relevant to sourcing only. How many, these are the RFIs, RFPs, auctions, surveys, forward auctions. How many in draft, review, open, pending selection, and completed. Okay. If something you have to do, it is in your to-do list, it will come here, to-do list. You have to approve something, or you have to, it is in your to-do list, you want to mark it completed. Okay, something in progress. Okay, something in progress, you have to take action, right? Okay, which are open, this is open and this is in progress. You will open them and you will take action. Okay, all these my documents you will see, right? These are all the documents you created. And this is about discovery posting. I will explain you about this. Okay. Before we start, when we start sourcing, I will explain you about what is SAP Business Network discovery posting. Okay. And here in manage, all the administration activities we do in manage. Okay. So we can go to administration, upstream all in administration, all downstream in core administration. Okay. All supplier management related admin activities, SM admin. Okay. There are other things. If you have to configure templates for what are templates, I will explain. So templates you have to configure for all these upstream modules. For example, for SLP, there is a template. For sourcing, there is a template. For contract, there is a template. To configure all those templates, you have to go to templates. Whatever you are seeing the front end, SLP, we are working, right? SLP or sourcing in the front end, that end user can do. But to configure those templates in the back end, we have to, the consultant has to go to this under manage, they have to go to these templates and configure those templates. Okay. However the requirement is. Okay. This is all administration activities you do in manage. And in the recents, you will see all the latest 10 activities you have done. You can see from here or from here, under recently view. Okay. And then under create, you can create whatever you want. You can create a sourcing project, sourcing request, supplier performance project. Okay, engagement request. This engagement request is for supplier risk. Okay.
Can we have any custom menu items added, or these are the fixed?
No, these are fixed. No custom menu items. We can have custom fields, but custom no. This is fixed. Okay, and see, whatever you are seeing, here, this is based on your what customer bought. Okay, if the customer has bought supplier management and all those things, as an individual, in a company, when you join a company, you have to work on Ariba. There will be a user management team who will give you access to Ariba. Okay, in that case, if they are giving you only access to sourcing, okay, you will only see sourcing dashboard. Sourcing tab. You will not see all those things. Okay, this visibility, what you are seeing for different dashboards, sourcing contracts, and whatever you are seeing under manage and create, this is all depend upon what customer bought. First thing, as an individual, what access you got from your admin. Okay. But when we are consultants, we are going for some implementation, we will get some customer administration role. We will see all the items because we have to work on all the modules, right? So we will see everything. If that role is given, customer administrator role is given, we see all the items in the when you log in. But you are some user who you are taking consultation only for sourcing. Okay. Supplier management, somebody else is working. Okay. For sourcing, they will give you only sourcing manager, okay, sourcing agent, only those roles. Here only you can see, if you go to create, they can only see sourcing project and sourcing request. All other things they will not see. Okay, those access, how we can give is, okay, we can go to manage core administration. Under user manager, there is a user. Okay, so all the users who are currently available here, you can list them all here. Okay, these are the users available in the system. Okay, and you can see what is their last login, what is their business email ID, and if they are locked for some reason, you will see this symbol locked. Okay, and if they are locked, you will see in actions unlock. Okay, for example,
one more thing just to interrupt you. So all these users, they are specifically to the Ariba, or these all users are coming from the S4HANA?
No. These are specific to Ariba. When you are asking access to Ariba, your user management team will give you access. Okay, that user manager will go to manage core admin. Okay, manage core administration, and he will go to these users. Okay, under users. Okay, what I showed you here is list all. It will show all the current users who are there. Okay, if you want to see, these are all active. See, this radio button is selected for yes, active. If you say no, you will see only inactive suppliers. Inactive users. Okay. If
No,
you say
my question is like, if let's say you are saying now this is automatically or inbuilt integrated with the S4HANA, correct?
no.
So
No. This is user management, not suppliers. I think you are confused with suppliers and users. We are internal users.
No, but let's say the user has been created, let's say in the success factor, and it's come to the S4 HANA, right? As of now, if we talk about the SAP thing, correct?
No, not especially. See, there can be a third party tool like success factor user has been created, and you can integrate with API that thing. Their internal APIs. Okay, the Ariba also has API for user management. Using API, whenever there is a supplier created in success factors, you can integrate that. Okay,
Yeah.
so this I am showing you as a standalone. Ariba as a
That's what.
standard.
Yeah. Okay. So no,
Okay.
my question is like, if let's say the user manager team, whatever it is,
Mhm.
so he has to come. If let's say if our integration is also there, so every time if they want to give the access, they have to come this Ariba, or they have some separate where they can see all the accesses to be given to the users where, and those things are also integrated with the Ariba.
In our company, what is happening is we are using API. There is a separate third-party tool. Success factor, they will log in. Okay, whenever the user wants any access to Ariba, he will request in some portal. Okay, that is a third-party portal, in-house portal. They will request, I want this role, sourcing manager role.
Okay.
Okay, they will integrate this user. He has to provide his email ID and user ID there. That will come and sit in these places. Okay, I will show you. Okay, now see, these are all the existing suppliers. Now you want to create a new supplier and new user. Okay, new user you can create here. You can see manually when you are creating a user, you have to give the user ID, user name, their business email address. Okay, who is the supervisor, and these are all populated based on what system currency and system local and system time zone. Okay, these information you have to give for each user, and you have to go to groups here. And for example, Atul is working on some sourcing thing. If you search for sourcing, you will have so many roles for sourcing. He's a sourcing approver, you give him a sourcing approver role. If he's a sourcing agent, you give him a sourcing agent role. He's new joinee, he give him junior sourcing agent role. Okay.
So
You
these
can
roles are standard, or this?
Yeah, no, these are standard.
They are standard roles.
Yeah. Okay, these are standard roles. Okay, you can give this role and save it. Okay, this person will have visibility only to sourcing this thing. Okay, what happens is, I was talking about my organization. They will give these details. Okay, and they say, I want the junior sourcing agent role. Both will come and integrate in the user profile here. Okay, we will not create that. Okay, there is other place. Okay, there is other way we can see. If we have to, there are 100 people joined. Okay, there is something called CSV file. Like there is .xls. Okay, all the master data in Ariba, it is .csv format. The extension is .csv. Remember this. Okay, user data. When I click, okay, this is the consolidated user data. I will export this. So in some catalog cases, it is. The extension is XLS. All the master data in the under site manager, here this is site manager. Under site manager, what all master data we are uploading, that should be in a CSV format. Okay, see .csv. You see this file name, it ends with CSV. It looks like Excel, but the extension is comma separated value, CSV. Okay, here you see when you save this file. Okay, when I say save as, browse. Okay, see the save as type is comma separated value. Okay, here, any master data file you want to save, you have to save it with this CSV comma delimited. Okay, if you save this with Excel and you will upload, it will not work. Okay, why I come here to show you. See, this is the format of a user file. When there are hundreds of suppliers, you will enter all their details like this. Okay, this is not necessary because last login and the last login date. What is necessary is their user ID, mandatory fields. Whatever we saw in red, right? All those mandatory fields you have to fill in here and come to import. Again, under user data, there is an import option. Okay, this load is selected. I will tell you what are the meaning of all these things: load, create, update only, deactivate. Okay, you choose that file with the users you have created. Okay, and click on run. Okay, the new suppliers will be loaded into the system. Okay, along with that, the only users will be loaded. You can also load the groups as well. Okay, this user group mapping, user to group mapping data consolidated file. This file you can export and delete all the items and add only those users whom you want to import into the portal, and again use the same in the in the import. Under users, come to this place, click on import, select that file and load it. Why I came here, we will discuss about master data in the future also, but you can create a supplier manually, one thing, through integration with other third-party systems like SuccessFactors, or through the CSV files. Three options. Whatever you are providing here, okay, the user information, whatever roles you are giving, only based on what access they have, only those things they can see here in the dashboard. They cannot see all other things.
Can you click on this drop down type where I can see enterprise user?
Here. Okay, if it is a third party user, if he is not within from your company, you can provide this third party. See, some contractors will be joining. No, all contractors will be given third party enterprise user. Okay, only enterprise user when you give, you can enable this something called SSO. You know SSO, single sign-on. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can
only.
Yeah. So we can enable single sign-on for Ariba also. Okay, during implementation. That SSO for third party, it is not possible, because when they log into their internal website, okay, they will log in there with the employee ID. The contractors will not have that ID, right? User ID. So for enterprise user, if you select, that is for internal permanent full-time users, and for SSO creation also.
One thing, you have shown this enterprise user is for internal user, right?
Yes.
And third party is for kind of contractors in our organization only.
Yes.
Okay, now suppose if I have to define any supplier user, then what kind of type we need to select for that?
No, supplier user will not come in user manager. Supplier user will come in supplier manager.
Will be here.
Okay. Yeah. Under suppliers, okay, supplier under supplier manager, let me go here, administration. Under suppliers, you see organizations and users. These users are, supplier contacts. These are different. So now we are talking only about user management, our internal users, not supplier users. Okay, so user, for our creation of our users, company user, we will go to user and create it manually, integration, or through CSV files.
Okay. And another thing is you have shown us that sourcing agent, junior sourcing agent, different roles kind of, right?
Correct.
Is there any document which can tell us that what all access is given to which all roles?
Yes. See, if you just do this, okay, Ariba sourcing roles, Ariba sourcing, Ariba user management roles. Okay, in Google also you will find this. Okay, user roles, user groups, user roles. Okay, if you go to user groups here, for strategic sourcing and supplier management group discussions, this is only for strategic sourcing. When you click on this, okay, group descriptions table using the place strategic sourcing user management. Now, see, the function is contract management. The group name is contract administrator. Similarly, this is for supplier management. Okay, these many roles are there. Okay, you can keep checking. Okay, there is what action they can do. If you provide this group for contract management, they can create project contract workspaces. Okay. If you give contract agent, okay, this contract group can do all these things. They can view draft documents, edit knowledge projects. Okay, you can Google it. If you Google it, it will take you to the help portal. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Now see, these are the different dashboards. Any questions so far? And this is about user management and all other things. And here is where you switch to parent and child. And this is the place where you receive the messages. And this is for notification. If you receive any notifications, you will see 1, 2 notifications like in our UPI PhonePe. And this is for help center. Okay, if you click on this help center, you can search for all the documents. Okay, you can ask for anything here. Okay, for example, Ariba event, when you are creating RFI, that event management guide, complete event management guide. If you want to learn something, document and learning, you can specify what you want to learn here. Okay, administration, okay, how you want to do common data import and other administrative activities. And when you are joining any, project, right? You will be giving a portal called Learning Hub. Heard about it? You will get access for Learning Hub. When you get Learning Hub, there will be more tutorials. Okay. You will have tutorials only for this SAP Ariba procurement tutorials for buyer. Okay. Ariba SAP Business Network tutorial for supplier. Okay. Here, how supplier can these tutorials about? When they receive PO, how to give the PO, how to create a order confirmation, how to create the service sheet. Okay, all those things. And these are network tutorials for standard account, enterprise account. I will explain you these things. What is supplier standard account and enterprise account? Okay, this is about your help portal from here, and you can also see there are any major events coming that from Ariba that you can see here and contact us. Okay, this is the place. If you need help on how to use this project, click help. Again, it will take you to that place only. Okay, this is about all these tabs, and this tab is main. Okay, this is your profile tab. Like your Facebook also have this icon, right? You have logged in with this user. You can sign out from here. You can change your password. You can change your secret question. Okay, change your default locale. Okay, this is important. Okay, you can change what language you want, everything. The time zone and what currency you want all the transactions to be. Okay, and you can change it. Okay, you can change it. You can change it to others. That's more. You can change it to other regions. And here, see, this is for activate mobile is like when somebody is like, only an approver. Okay, he's only an approver. He can approve any document using his mobile phone. Okay, as a consultant, you have to ask him to activate this mobile app. Okay, when they install this Ariba mobile app, this will ask for an email link. Use an activation email link, and the passcode will go to them. And using that passcode, they can enable the mobile app, Ariba mobile app. When they activate the Ariba mobile device, they can approve or view any documents. Okay, somebody, a VP or a CEO on flight, they can approve to any document from mobile. Okay, and this, when somebody want to deactivate mobile device, they can do it. So this is about if we have set anything, all these things, that information you can download here. Okay, multi-factor authentication. When we are working on when we are logging in, it was asking multi-factor authentication, right? This is the place. Okay, you can enable multi-factor authentication from here, and you can change notifications. When you are a consultant, somebody, the user is asking you, keep messaging, keep getting messages, notifications to my email. So that is because you have enabled all these things. You have checked all these boxes. Okay. You are saying send me email notification when approval tasks are assigned to me. Approval tasks for internal modular questionnaires are assigned to me. You are saying a task I own is approved by any approver. Okay, you are checking all those things. That's why you are receiving so many notifications. If you don't want, you can uncheck them. You don't want to receive notifications. A task when you own is approved by any approver, uncheck this. Okay, there are many notifications. As and when the user is saying, I'm keep receiving notifications for this, check his notification preferences, what he has set here. Okay, this is about change desktop file synchronization. This is used during contract management. Okay, when you are negotiating on terms and conditions, both the contract can get redlined. Okay, when you enable this desktop file sync, whatever file is placed in your desktop with the sections and clauses, and in the supplier side, if there is the same document, he is canceling any item that will get redlined in your system. Okay, this is used during that phase when you are working on contract. If the supplier is canceling something, a section or clause, that will get redlined here. Okay. Also, there are something called change dashboard preferences. Okay. The change dashboard preferences is like I have shown there are so many dashboards, right? Show common confirmation page when deleting a dashboard page. Okay, what is confirmation page? I'll tell you. Now, see, this is the spanner. Okay, and if you go to this spanner, okay, there is option to add your own new tab. You can add your own new tab. For example, I will add Amit PRs or SRs. Okay, you will see your own dashboard. Okay, if you want to pull in any of the calendar, you can pull in here. Any announcements you want to make, okay, see calendar will come here. Okay, the recent watched projects, okay, all these things, okay, and you can drag and drop these fields, I mean, wherever you want, okay, you want to move this to here, okay, you can move that, and you want to move watched projects after calendar, you can move it here, okay, that is the purpose, and you can have it, here if you see, when you click on this, you can delete this item, or you can minimize this item, okay. Yeah, now I am coming to this one, dashboard, change dashboard preferences, okay. When I'm selecting this, the dashboard preferences, show confirmation page when deleting a dashboard, okay. When I have created a dashboard for Amit, okay. When I delete when I delete that dashboard, it will ask, are you sure you want to delete this dashboard? If you check this box. If you don't check this box, it will not ask that confirmation, okay. For example, I'll show you, okay. I'll go here and delete this tab, it will ask this confirmation. Understood? And in this dashboard preferences, you will uncheck that and click on OK. And when you are clicking, you are deleting any dashboard, it will not ask you. Please go on, create a new tab. Okay, common actions. I'll move a calendar to your dashboard. Done. Okay, now I'm going to this corner. I'm deleting this tab. Nothing it is asking. Okay, it is not asking the confirmation page. Okay, that is the purpose of this.
Let's say if I want to create a tab from the other tab, can I copy and change some menu items there, like in that tab? Let's say if I do I have any option to copy the new tab from existing tab?
No. But any changes you want to make, you can make it in your own tab. This is all coming from, I mean, but you can move here and there. Okay, you can move this to here. Okay, you can move this whatever tabs available, or you can minimize them if you don't want, or delete the items. But you cannot copy to another, I mean, your own tab. Okay, and this is about your preferences. And the last one is like, there is something called two themes only are available. One is light theme. This is light theme. One more is a dark theme, blue theme. Okay, two themes are available. Okay, this is hands-on. I mean, I mean, when you log into Ariba, you see all these things. Okay, different dashboards based on your access and the customer, what customer bought, and the create, manage recent activities, your dashboard items. For example, if you go to contracts, you see all the contract related documents. Okay, all those things. Okay. Now I hope you are familiar with system. Now we will start SLP. Okay, the module SLP module. Okay, SLP is nothing but supplier lifecycle and performance management. Okay, it starts with, okay, somebody will identify the procurement team. He says, I want to onboard this supplier. Okay, he raises a internal request form. There are two types of supplier request. Either internally procurement identifies a supplier to be onboarded, he will fill out a supplier request form. Second option, there is an external request form. Okay, when you are implementing supplier management, you can ask Ariba, I want to enable external supplier registration form, the registration request form. It is called as external supplier registration request form. This is self-service. Okay, here buyer is creating a supplier request on behalf of supplier. Here, when Ariba gives you that link, okay, external supplier request form link, you will place in your website. For example, your Infosys, okay, www.infosys.com, supplier will go there. Okay, in their contact list or carriers list, we will find the link to fill out this external supplier registration form, and that will come for approval. Okay, two things. One is internal supplier request form. Another one is external supplier request form. This one supplier can request from his end. Understood, right? Okay, once these forms are approved, okay.
Is there any invitation one also, like where you will send the invitation and
No. This is the first step. Okay. The request form is the first step, and in the second step, when these are approved fully, then we will have an invite option. We can invite the supplier for registration. Okay. Once we invite the supplier for registration, invite link will go to the supplier. Okay, he will click on the link. Okay, he will answer all the questions, and he will submit it, and it will again come for approval. Once it is fully approved, the status of the supplier will be registered in the system. Okay, and once he registers, and we can qualify him, do a qualification for a commodity or region. Okay, and we can make him preferred supplier. All these activities we will see in the system now. Okay, now I'm going here. We are in upstream. There is an option for create supplier request. Okay, I'm clicking on supplier request. This is a basic supplier request form. Okay, the procurement guy identifies a supplier to onboard. He will give this form. Okay, the what vendor name we can give companies, because I see there are 3 As. Atul, Amit, okay, AAA group of companies, and you say Bangalore, country, region, first name, net, phone, I'll give some random phone number, contact location and communication language, company EN, email ID, I will give this my email ID, ZaranTech email ID. Okay, so now we have to select for, what supplier can supply, which category he belongs to. Okay, there is a hierarchy here of the products, all commodities. Under IT, information technology and telecommunications. Again, you will have one more hierarchy. Again, software licenses. There is information exchange software.
This category is created within Ariba?
Yeah, our data. This is our database. I will show you where this database is coming from. When we talk about templates, it is in the front end now. When we talk about templates, I will show you this. Okay, in the front end, so now we are creating a supplier request. So we are collecting some category for the supplier and buyer region, which region he belongs to. We can type APAC, okay, India, and user department also, which department this user belong to. So he's going to do IT or some other. Okay, and submit this request. Here you see, for example, the system will do a duplicate check. For example, you are using the same email ID again, or you are using the same supplier name again and again, same address. Okay, it will say already there is a supplier match with your Gmail contact email ID. You want to proceed or cancel this request. Okay, keep this in mind how we set this duplicate check. When we talk about templates, I will show you there. Okay, in Ariba, there is a functionality where you are using the same email ID or same supplier name, it will give us a duplicate check. Okay, so you can, I will say, ignore and submit the request because we have created so many suppliers with the same email ID for test purpose, and click on done. Okay, when after clicking on done, there is a supplier management tab. In this supplier management tab, here you see it's taking time. One page still not created. Why it is taking so much time?
Is there any background process that needs to be completed?
No. The home page, documents.
There was some additional information. Is there anything mandatory in that or no?
No, nothing.
I think maybe some background process, I think.
It will come in. Supplier with test projects. Okay. For some time we will log out and log in again. It should create actually. I'm giving all this the same thing. Additional information, there is nothing. So we will see it in the template. So when we go to manage templates for sourcing requests, can someone log in and see? You got your credentials?
Okay, let us see.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Here, see, this is a template. Okay. Since I have come here, I will show you template. So since I have come here to see the template, okay, the template will look like this. Okay, when we go to templates, okay, even a sourcing request project or a template will look with all these options. Okay, overview. Okay, what name we have given, description for this template. And there is a document section where we will have actually the request form. Okay, when I click on this form, okay, before that, when it is inactive, we cannot edit. Okay, we have to change it to draft status. For that, I'm going to actions and changing it to new version. It was not there additional information about somebody did something. Okay, now it has changed it to draft status. So now I can edit the document. Okay, I will edit the document. I will go to this content. Okay, and I'll remove all this additional information, whatever they have added, because it is not coming in the front end. So I'll remove them. Okay, I'll click on next and exit and return to project. So now it is in draft, right? The version you see 621. Whenever we are editing active version and change it to draft, again when we are making from actions, when we make it publish the template, okay, the version will change to 622. So 622 times this template has been modified. Again, the status is active after we publish. Now, if we go to the front end, let's see if this time will be successful. Okay, I will go to create supplier request. Okay, vendor name. But I don't see information again. Is in progress. Once it is completed, you can view the submitted request showing in process. but it is not completed yet. Approval for supplier registration, Jessica. Okay, we have done this TCS. Okay, I will show you. Okay, when it is approved, okay, the supplier is approved, the supplier request form is approved, and we click on this view supplier profile. Okay, that company profile will be displayed like this. Okay, he will have a summary. Once he is registered, he will have a status of registered. And
just a second, let me just share my screen.
Okay.
I was just trying to create one supplier.
Mhm.
So I fill in the details, right?
Okay.
So, but now if I'm going on save, nothing is happening. So I'm not getting any message.
Submit. There is submit.
No, that is fine. But earlier, because the message comes so quickly, this time I just have a blink of that green message. Here I was not able to see. So I was thinking nothing is happening. Okay.
Submit it. Let's see what happens. Ignore and submit. Don't cancel.
There is something, this exclamation sign just behind the name. It's just for showing that there's magic, right?
Oh yeah.
It is in progress actually.
It is in progress, yeah. So it is taking time, I think. You click on done and go to supplier management and see ABC management is there. Go to supplier management.
Supplier management.
Go to more tab. Yeah. There supplier management.
Yeah, for me it is showing.
Yeah. I think for me it is taking time. Okay, you click on view. Anyways, you have created this. Click on view. Now you click on approve. See, before you approve, I'll tell you. See, the person who is creating the sourcing request and approver will be different. Okay, a notification will go to him. When he click on that approval link, it will take him to here. Okay, he can approve, he can deny, or he can request additional information. Okay, when you click on reset request additional information.
Maybe some kind of question, so yes, we apply, right?
Yeah. So when he enter that, again, it will go back to supplier in the procurement agent. He has to give additional information and again resubmit it. Don't do it. Yeah. If you want to.
Okay, let me just do it. So I can just.
Yeah, do it. Please check info regarding location. Yes. Confirm. Click on done. Now, if you see the status of this is pending resubmit. From pending approval, the status changed to pending resubmit. Again, view it. Click on view.
So for this one, I get that any notification from here. I can just search here from.
No, from home. Go to home tab. Home. In home, you will receive in the open ABC management. On open, you see to do list. Yeah, but I am not receiving. What happened to my system? I don't know. Okay, click on done. This is your supply request. It is same. Click on done. Yeah. So go back to that.
I have to answer something, right?
Yeah. So you have asked some additional question. Scroll down. So when you ask for a question, the user will get a edit option. You see edit option before export. Edit option. You can modify something and submit it again.
And he can put his comments also, right? Like when you're requesting for information, you had comments. So is there a comments thing also when you are providing that information?
I think he's resubmitting.
No. Comments are not required. Only go back to supplier management page.
But this notification, okay. But I submitted, right?
Yeah, you submitted now. Now again it will go for approval, right?
No. Why it is showing me open?
It will refresh. Now see here pending resubmission is there. Go for this supplier request. Go to supplier management. Yes, supplier management. Now you see it will be in approval.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean this test demo systems are very slow because so many people are using. Now approve it. You can say give some approve like that and confirm. Click on done. Now the status is approved. You view it. Click on view, not that. Click action, go to view. Yeah. Otherwise, you click here, view supplier profile. Now see, everything is green. It is fully approved. Now you will see a 360-degree profile. Okay. Now only the supplier request is completed. In the summary tab, you see request status is not invited. Preferred is not. No. On top. Request status, registration status is not invited. Okay. Qualification status is not qualified. Preferred is not preferred. Okay. Nothing is done. Okay. Now you go to the supplier request. Below section here it is. Yeah, to the left hand side.
What are these 4 IDs, by the way?
I'll tell you.
We have 4 different IDs.
Yeah. Go back to summary. Yeah. See, the first ID, SM ID, as soon as the supplier is created in the supplier request is submitted, SM vendor ID is created. This is internal to Ariba. Okay. And this ERP vendor ID, this is VDR followed by numericals. This is the ERP vendor ID, a dummy vendor ID until integration. Once this supplier is integrated with your ERP system, that is SAP MM system, From there, some ERP ID will come and replace this VDR ID. Until it replaces, integrated and replaces, until then, the VDR ID will be a dummy ID. Okay?
Okay.
And ACM ID, what is ACM ID? ACM ID is used for integrating the suppliers' purchasing information, remittance locations. See, there are two types of data. One is common data and partition data. This is very important to understand when supplier is concerned. There are two types of data, common data and partition data. Okay. The common data is nothing but whatever you have filled, the basic information about the supplier. Okay. It is not relevant to your purchasing activity. The common data, the name of the supplier, okay, whatever legal information or their HR information, their financial turnovers, all this is common data when supplier is getting registered. But if you have to link the supplier, okay, to your purchasing or company code, plant, all these things, supplier doesn't know, right? This information supplier doesn't know, right? Okay. In that case, when supplier integrates with the SAP ERP system, from ERP, all this information will flow back to Ariba. This purchase or which purchase or supplier is belongs to, which plant does he belong to, and the company code he belongs to. All this information comes from ERP system and it integrates. That is called partition data. For that partition data, ACM ID will act as a link. This ACM ID will go and sit in the identification. Anyone worked on business partner in SAP MM, okay? There is a identification tab in SAP MM. There, this ACM ID will go and sit. See, there are two. When something is integrated, this supplier is going to SAP Ariba. From there will be a response coming back from ERP system to Ariba. When the response is coming back, this ACM ID will act as a link to send the purchasing and company code data information to Ariba. For that, this is okay. So these are the
these IDs can be controlled, or this numbering and this naming convention can be controlled by us?
No. ACM remains ACM, and this SM vendor ID, SM vendor ID. Once the supplier is fully registered and he got Ariba network ID, that Ariba network ID will also come here. Just business network ID.
No, so I'm just asking, suppose let's say ERP ID is starting from VDR.
Yeah, whatever.
Can we make it as SUP?
No.
That cannot be controlled by us.
No. When integrates whatever ID in ERP, that ERP will come and sit here. In SAP MM, supplier will have ID, right? That ID will come and replace this VDR ID.
Okay.
Otherwise, you cannot, make any changes to this. Okay. And these are about these supplier IDs. Once supplier is registered in Ariba network, this Ariba network ID will also come here. Okay. And then you go to contacts. Yeah, next one. So you can add contacts. Okay. During registration, this contact will come here. Okay, you can add any additional contacts also and make him primary contact. To the right hand side, you see a radio button to make it a primary contact. Yeah, you can make it a primary or secondary contact and save it. That will come here. Okay. For every supplier, there will be a supplier manager. You can internally. So you can assign a supplier manager for this supplier. Internal user you can assign. On top of that, there is assign supplier manager, you see. Yeah, you can assign a supplier manager. Click on this assign supplier manager. Yeah, you can assign any person here, like PL Reddy, Professor Musij, anyone you can type and or else you can assign yourself, whatever your ID, something your name.
My ID is Professor 74 only.
No, it is not Professor, something else.
Let me just
check. It is Professor
RS.
Yeah, view supply. To contact.
To the contact. Yes.
Okay.
So what is the role of the supplier manager?
So he will be responsible to handle any actions on the supplier. Like his certificate is expired, he has to ensure he should contact the supplier and get it renewed. Okay. Any risk assessment he has to do it for supplier. He has to send him some engagement request. All those things, this supplier is responsible. This supplier manager is responsible. Okay. Then ERP data. Click on ERP data. So this ERP data, when it integrates, that ERP data will come and sit here. Okay. In SAP, if you see the ERP data, business partner will look like this only. You can expand all this vendor information, tax and all. It is in that fashion, ERP fashion. Okay, that information will come and sit here, and any certificates related to it expiring, that certificate information it will give in the certificate tab. Okay, now there are no.
So certificate is related to trade license and all that, correct?
Yes, ISO certificate which are about to expire. Okay, when you load a certificate, it will be in green. When it is about to expire, it will show as red. Okay, and that will give alerts to your supplier manager and ask them to contact supplier and renew it. And if you click on activity log, that is a history about what we have done so far on this supplier. Okay, we have created a supplier request. When we have approved, we have asked for additional information. All this, when you are in implementation project or a support project, I mean, somebody is saying, I mean, I have not done this or that. I mean, this will give a proof of what action has been taken at what time.
I just did few things and lot of entries has been already. So can we restrict these activity logs also, or it is related?
No, we cannot restrict. It is from the system.
Okay.
Yeah. So next, what the risk we will discuss later. If the risk we have anything related to risk management, only you see risk tab here if the supplier has bought supplier risk module. If they have not bought supplier risk module, you will not see the risk in this 360-degree profile. Okay, go to supplier request here. Okay, this is what the information you have filled. Now, since this is approved, if you go to registration, wait. Contact email address is ABC11. This is
basically this registration will go to this particular email.
But you have that email ID?
No, I just put. We can update it or no?
No, we cannot update it now. That's email ID.
I can create one more contact and will.
Yes, yeah. Create a contact. Let's see.
But here, that was different. That in the ABC11, that was.
Yes, correct. I mean, you edit this and see, make it primary contact.
Oh, actually, this will not, because their email ID is basically when we created.
Yes.
Which email ID it goes, like when we given the main details, or this one contact one?
As of now, maybe they have something to select at that time. Okay, let's see. So while giving the invite, it will ask for the email ID or it will automatically?
No, it will automatically go. Click on invite. It is asking. Sorry.
Yeah, that's not.
It is asking. Send it.
Yeah.
Now you will receive a notification to your email ID.
Here it will not work. Yeah, I received.
Yeah. So you can click on the link. It says
click here to create account now.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do it with the because Gmail is not allowed in our office laptop actually.
Okay. I am not able to do it from my this thing. What is your ID, Amit? You are doing now? Professor
74. 74.
See, for all admins, okay?
No, this is SRSA 574, I think. No, I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, it is there, okay? See, all customer admins, whoever has the role of customer admin, they also have access to, access any users, okay? When they go to actions, okay, there is an option called act as. Since I am not able to do it from my access, I will act as you and I will create a supplier request. Understood?
Basically, proxy you are using, correct?
Yeah, proxy. Your proxy. See, when I go here, I see ABC management. Okay. So I will create a supplier request, a new supplier request soon. Okay. I will say A to B company limited. I think there is issue with that email ID itself, not with my ID. Okay, can I use any of your mail ID? You ping me in the chat.
Viraj, I have also tried, but I am also not able to see. Like once submitted, I cannot see.
But when he is doing, he is able to do it.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Okay. So you got the invite, no? From there we proceed.
Yeah, I also submit the response for that one.
Oh, okay.
So from where I can come to know like he has responded on the answers.
See, in registration, okay, when you go to where you are responding, I think you have not submitted it.
No, I submitted. You have submitted a response to the questionnaire and that doc number is also.
Okay. Then scroll down.
Pending approval, it is showing pending approval actually.
Yeah, go to this summary page. Summary. On top there is a summary.
Yeah. Just a second.
No, I'll show you what. Yeah, go to summary. It is pending approval. Okay, registration status. Now, if you go to registration tab, okay, scroll down to the last, bottom. There is a action icon against this approval. There is internal that one. Click on that. Once the external registration is completed, as internal procurement day, you have to assign him to, which company code he belongs to, all those things. Okay. So by default, it has been selected, and you can click on mark complete with this. Mark
But I
this complete.
didn't check what information he provided, right?
No. When you have selected the commodity and the region, no, based on that, it is automatically populated, this one. The procurement manager has to just click on mark complete on this transaction.
No, that is fine, but the information, let's say how many employees and what is my revenue, there are other information.
That
So,
information, I'll show you. This is different information. I'll show you where is that information. Scroll down. Okay, mark it as completed. Okay, you have to give what is the minimum order value for this supplier. Every time when you create a purchase order, you have to put some zero input on 000. Yeah, here minimum order value, you mention it as 25. See, minimum it says 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh is specified. Yeah. Okay, scroll down now. The market has completed. So this is not external, which you send to supplier. This is internal to the buyer. Once the supplier registers, he has to, some few fields gets populated from the region and commodity we have selected there. Others, like minimum order value, they have to select and mark it as completed. Now, if you go back to supplier profile, click on done. Click on done. Yeah. Here, supplier registration questionnaire is there on top.
this one?
Yeah, the first one in the questionnaire. No. Under supplier is this one. Okay, that is, see, the type is external. Okay, internal registration questionnaire is internal. External, the supplier registration questionnaire is external. What you submitted outside this Ariba from supplier end, that is external. If you click on that action.
Actually, I was asking for that only.
Yeah. Now scroll down. You will see all the answers you have given there. Okay. Now again, click on done. Go back to our file. User profile. One thing
If
I
I'm
want
not
to show you.
satisfied, I have to again send it to the.
You are not satisfied, I'll show you. Click on done. Still it is not approved, right? Okay. If you scroll down to the last, once you mark it as completed, that action icon is against the approval for supplier registration. Yeah. It was, see, now if you are not satisfied,
Request
you can
additional info.
information, or you can deny or you can approve. If it is denied means, again they have to start it from beginning. If you are requesting for additional information, they can resubmit, edit and resubmit.
Then I basically have to start with supplier request, correct?
Yes. And you click on done now. See, the supplier nodes, all nodes become green now.
Correct.
Isn't it? Fully registered. Now, if you go to summary page, it will show as registered. Okay. Now you go to qualifications page.
So basically now this network, Ariba network.
Yeah, not populate.
But this T is temporary or what?
No, for test system it is T. It is not a test site, you will not see the hyphen T.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Go to qualifications.
But still now, it needs to be integrated with the SAP MM, right?
Yeah. Now go to this ERP data, I will tell you. This sync now option is there. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Now, once it is registered, if you click on sync now, it will get integrated. Now, there is no S4HANA integrated to the system. Okay, this is only test system. Yeah,
but it should be, for us actually. If we want to see the PRPO flow, then it would be very difficult, right, for us.
Yes, I can show you differently, but demo systems, you cannot expect that to be integrated. In real time, wherever you are working, that test systems, you can integrate. Integration, there is a different chapter. I will tell you when I am going there, what is required for integration. Okay, we will see that. Okay, so basically, there is two types of integration in the supplier integration. When you click on this sync now manually, that is called manual integration. Upon supplier registration, if it is manually getting integrated without sync now, that is automatic integration. Okay, if you set the supplier integration to automatic, once the supplier is registered, it will automatically integrate to S4. The sync now option will not be there. Okay. Now, if you go to this qualifications, now that supplier is registered, so you want to qualify them. The qualification is based on, so always you want to, for this commodity and this region, you want to qualify him as a supplier. Okay, next time when you want to buy this item, the qualified supplier for that item and region would be this supplier, ABC management. Select a category. Now, from the category, you have to browse the categories. Okay, from all commodities. Yeah, and region we can select. Yeah, Israel is there. Yeah, we can select that way. If you want to buy anything from Israel.
Israel is a little bit risky.
And qualification end date. Okay, once For this, there will be an expiration date. You want to qualify him until next year. The validity period for qualification will be until next year. After that, if you want to renew the qualification, you can renew. If quality and everything is fine from the supplier, you can renew. Otherwise, you can keep him expired. Okay, scroll down. Okay, send this qualification.
So why this is coming by default IT service qualification on this?
No, only two supplier qualification templates are there. You either can select IT service qualification or the second one. Which one you want to send in? I will show you. When we are creating a template, we have created two templates with questions. Okay, one is this template and second one is this template. You can confirm, you can select either of them and you can send it to the supplier. Now this is auto
No, but
selected.
that template has those three fields, right? If I'm not wrong. Supplier qualification.
Yeah.
One, right? So by default, it is coming as I can select it or no?
No. You can select either. You can try to select that. You see, this is by default selected. Okay. If you want to select both questionnaires will go to the supplier. We can see that. I mean, if you send this questionnaire, click on send.
I already clicked, but nothing happened. I think I have to answer.
Okay, click on send.
Yeah, that way, because I only filled that one actually. Because I put his IT service internal questionnaire.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, IT services is the internal questionnaire qualification. When you are sending it to external, the supplier's qualification is the one you have to select.
Correct.
Okay, now you see any notification received. Can you share that screen?
No, I cannot share that screen because that is a different laptop.
Okay.
Let me just do here.
There will be only one question you have to answer in there. What question you see?
Click here. Let me just click here. Yeah, do you have Cisco certification? I don't know. I receive IT certification. Send supplier.
No. This is only dummy question. Don't actually go literally by the questions there. Okay, you understand that when we are sending a questionnaire to the supplier during qualifications, he will receive some question. He has to respond to that question. In this case, it is a Cisco certification. You answer yes.
No, I can. Okay, let me say yes, because it is also asking me to attach a file. Let me just attach any file. So these setups we have to do, right, in our templates, or these are by default?
No. Templates we have to do.
Yeah,
I'll show you.
That you will show us how to create the templates.
Yeah.
Right?
Tomorrow full class about templates only.
Let me just have one. What I can.
All of you are sitting in one place or different places?
No, different places.
We basically work from home.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
No, I was.
Okay, so I have the response.
I think you have to stay logged in. Yes. So now come down and click on done here. Click on done. Okay, go to under qualifications. Yeah. Click on that action. Yeah, scroll down. Click on the approval node. Approve. See, in real time, who creates and approves is different. This is only for testers. So you are the creator and you are the approver.
But once I click on approve, it should go actually. Why should I need to click on done?
That is how it is.
No.
Yeah.
Generally.
I understand. Yeah. But again, you have to click on done here.
Yeah. So if done is not pressed, it will not be approved?
No, it will be approved. But see, to go back and see what is the status also, you have to click on approve only. Click on done. Done is mandatory if you have to go back. Now it is the status is qualified. In the summary page also, you will see, go to summary page, it is qualified.
So for qualification also, it will go to supplier, like...
Yeah, correct. Supplier.
But so I didn't understand why it will go to supplier for qualification.
No.
Whether he is... Yes.
Like for qualification, why we are sending? Because suppose if all the qualifications are met or not, let's say if we are taking example that their turnover should be 5,000 crore. We don't know. Only supplier will fill that information that they are having this 5,000 crores of turnover. They will fill based on that. This buyer team or whoever will be stakeholders, they will approve.
Okay. Got it.
Based on that only his qualification might be pending. Based on whether he has a Cisco certificate, it is pending. Okay, now it is qualified, right? If you go to qualifications again, click on qualification.
But the question can be put in different way. Why we have to send it in the different emails? Let's say once we are filling the information, in that template also we have this qualification template, right? So at the one time only we get all the information from the supplier.
No. Wait. Good question. See, the thing is, supplier registration or request form, it is unique for all the suppliers. Okay, you cannot send different.
Unique or same for all the suppliers?
Same. Sorry, unique not. I mean same for all the suppliers. Okay, when you are onboarding an employee, you will give a same set of questions to all the employees, right? I mean, you have to upload the documents here. Okay, specify your last experience. All these questions will be same. No, when you are asking additional questions, you need a different project. Okay, for registration, it is same for all. The supplier request, it is same for all. Okay.
And suppose I don't need any other question for qualification, so I can just skip it, right?
Skip it. I mean, qualification, you can always skip it. I mean, if you don't want qualification, I mean, you can just ask based on country and region only. You can ask and you can qualify him. You can ask
without sending him any further questionnaire. I can qualify directly him, right? I can directly make him qualified.
Yeah.
Purchasing.
Yeah, internal qualification also will be there. Yeah.
No, but as to just counter your question, you have a same thing for all the suppliers. In that case, if that supplier doesn't have the qualification to meet my requirement, I am just registering him on the system, right? Because it is getting registered. After that, only I am sending him for the qualification.
See, you cannot ask. I mean, if you are Cisco certified or ISO certified for all the suppliers, okay, maybe I mean all the suppliers might not fall into that bucket. Okay, so since the registration form will not contain anything particular to any supplier, a general information, so additional qualifications and all you have to ask in a separate questionnaire. The supplier registration will have only general information about them. Okay, what is their address? What is their, I mean, whether they are okay with their non-disclosure agreement, code of conduct is okay. They will accept the code of conduct. Okay, how many employees they have? What is their turnover? What is their address? Okay, are they do women-owned business, diversification? All these things are general to everyone. Okay, if you are asking any additional qualifications, then you have to, based on some criteria you want to qualify the supplier, then qualification, you can ask those questions.
So those qualification templates we need to build separately, right?
Yes, separately.
So we can have, let's say, the 100 templates, let's say for the IT industry, defense industry, or some other industry.
Yeah. Yes. Qualifications can be many. But registration,
because once I click on it, didn't ask because there was only one qualification template. That's why it was not asking, because once I click on plus, it never asked me which template I need to use.
Yeah, no. We can have templates for qualification also. Many templates. Like we also have modular questionnaire. Okay, whatever we are not able to ask in registration for extra certifications, we can create modular questionnaire.
Because why I am saying here, it is not asking me to select the template, right? If
there might be many templates, but only one template is active. Whatever template is active, only that you are able to select here.
Okay. Because in that case, I should be able to select the template, which one I need to send to the supplier.
We'll see that in templates.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Okay.
Yeah. So when you have come here, qualified, right? When you click on these three dots under this action, when you see, you have option to disqualify him also. Okay, when you click on disqualify, Okay, whatever category you have selected, select that. I mean, if you want to proceed, you can proceed. Otherwise, cancel this.
Yeah, okay. Cancel.
Yeah. So it will show disqualified. Okay. Again, when you go to these actions, you will have option to requalify. When you click on requalify, again a questionnaire will go to your mail notification. Again, you have to answer about your certification question, and it will again be qualified. Okay. The last one in this is preferred supplier. This thing. Okay, based on the level, you can make the supplier preferred, like gold, bronze, platinum. Okay, see, if you click on the last option, preferred level, yeah, you select the commodity. This is internal, I think.
Yeah, I think this is internal. It will not go to the
preferred. Select it as whether diamond eligible for diamond. Select that.
Yeah, I'm just
click on gold.
Let me select.
Submit. It will go for an approval.
Preferred category status information is not.
Yeah, pending approval. Click on that again to approve. View. Don't edit. View. Yeah. Click. Scroll down. It's not come for approval. Scroll up. Click on done. Approval. You have to see here. Yeah. Down you have the take action. Click on approve and click on done. Done again. Now it is preferred also. Now if you go to summary, the status of the preferred also will change to one preferred. So registered, qualified, preferred, and once it is integrated to ERP, it show integrated. Okay. Now again, as I told you, there is a questionnaires column in the last. Okay. Any additional thing? See, registration, qualification, supplier request, whatever. The qualification is only used for qualifying a supplier. Those questions only they will ask. Okay. Preferred, to make it preferred supplier, they will use that section. Okay. To ask any additional questions, I mean, there is something called modular questionnaires. If you scroll up on the top, let me stop sharing. I'll show you from here. I am in this page. Okay. You see my screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So if you want to send any additional questionnaire to the supplier, under manage, you can go to SM modular questionnaire. Okay.
But now you can see the supplier that I have created or not.
Yeah, let me check. See, now you want to ask something extra from the supplier. Okay. Maybe related to their quantity, quality or compliance. Okay. For example, compliance report you are asking from them. Okay. This modular questionnaire, if I click on next, it will ask whom you want to send it. What is our company name? ABC, right? This one, ABC Management, right? Okay. I will select this to see this supplier and click on next and send. Now you will receive this modular questionnaire. Okay. Now if I show you, if I go to questionnaires, this I have sent it to you. You have not yet responded. I mean, the supplier has not yet responded. Once they respond to it, it will be approved status.
Okay, let me just
Yeah.
Okay, tell me one thing.
Mhm.
Suppose if a vendor is initially registered, okay, and approved.
Okay.
Okay. So currently it is in approved status, right? We have seen. And after that, we have sent for qualification purpose. Whether at the time of registration or after just registration,
Mhm.
will it be available for raising purchase orders?
I told you there are two types of, I mean, two sections in the supplier. One is common data, one is partition data. Okay, when he is registered, he will not have the partition data. Partition data is required for creating a purchase order. Okay, partition data is whether he is linked to which company code, PR, that will come from the ERP system. Okay, when he integrates, okay, and I told you, right, ACM ID is the link which takes the information from ERP to Ariba. Okay. Before that, I'll show you. This is ABC management. No, I will show you one minute.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Yeah, 1 minute. This I am going to downstream. Okay. I am going to create now requisition, add a non-catalog item. Okay. These all things we have to fill when creating a requisition. Now I have to see whether ABC management is available or not. When I am creating purchase order, purchase requisition. It is not there. Okay. So I'll show you. Now I go here, manage, core admin, delete this request for a while. Okay, I'm going to supplier manager. There is supplier. Okay, this is common supplier and this is the partition supplier. When I type ABC here, the supplier is, I'll type full name, ABC Management. What is the company name? ABC Management only, no?
You can just type with the ABC. Let's see, maybe some spelling mistake. Come down.
Yeah, this one
it is. Yeah.
Okay, if I go here, this one, you have all this general information, but this partition is blank. Okay, what I will do, I will go to this ABC management, edit, go to partition data and create new partition data. So in real time, this information will come from ERP, but manually we are editing this partition data. Okay, this has everything, supplier location.
So when you are saying it will come from ERP, what does it mean? Whether after qualification of supplier, it will come automatically or how it will come?
After registration only, when it integrates. When it integrates to ERP, from ERP that this partition will get filled. Okay.
Okay.
I'll show you. This will happen automatically. You have to give what is the preferred ordering method like electronic ordering, or you can specify email or printing. Okay, and then finally supplier street Bangalore. I'll show you what is the importance of filling this.
Actually, the name you have typed now, that is different from that. I think earlier name there was some spelling typo.
Okay.
So better to keep the same name, just copy paste.
This one? No, this
yes,
one.
Yes. This one, I think the spelling is mistake, the one I have created, right? Can we copy? Let me just.
Yeah, please check now.
MANAGEN. MENT, yes.
Okay, click on OK, and save this. Now, we have a partition data, okay? Now this is eligible to create a requisition. If I create requisition, create a non-catalog item, select search for this supplier, A, B, C, search, is not there. Let me go back.
I check at my end.
Yeah, please.
Okay, let me just share my screen just by it. Or maybe I have submitted that response and that is in the process.
Maybe that is the reason. Okay. Yeah, now, see what is the status of this questionnaire?
This one.
In the last?
Pending
it is
approval.
Pending approval. Okay. You approve it.
Let me just come down.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of SAP Ariba Upstream in the procurement process? Option A, invoice processing and payment execution. Option B, sourcing, contracting, and supplier management. Option C, warehouse management and inventory control. Option D, sales order processing and delivery scheduling. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S 4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S/4HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Then I need to click on done. It is not coming for me. Add missing approvers. Or you send it, so that's why you will get it?
No. We scroll down. Approval for add. Oh, okay. In this, there are no approvers, I think.
Yes.
In the template level, I have to configure approvers for this. Okay, ignore this, okay? We'll see when we are working on templates, okay, how to assign approver for this. Or
Yes.
you click on this, add missing approvers, if you can add any approvers here. Scroll down. Add any approver, your name only here. Yes, confirm. Yes. Now you see there is option to approve for you. No, done
Yes.
and go back. Approver added successfully. Now again go here.
I think we are fast. It is.
Yeah, it is taking care. No, approval is not come. 1 minute. Let me check from my end. Okay, now go to questionnaire. Click on this questionnaire. Okay, go to this settings on top. We'll go to the template project only and go to this documents. Click on the compliance project. Task. Go to task. Not monitor. Go to task. So that there is task. No. Yeah. Click on that approval. Yeah. Approve here again. It is very slow. It is not coming in the front end. Okay. Click on done. Go back to your home page and search for the supplier again.
I have to go to this one, supplier management.
Yes. See, now it is. We again go to that questionnaire last section. So this is approved now. Okay. This is complete 360-degree profile. We only one topic about supplier management is the performance management. See, now the supplier is registered, qualified, preferred supplier, and he is doing business with you. And now you want to gauge his performance. You will send him the quarterly or annual performance surveys, and he will fill out, or internally someone will fill out gauge his performance, and accordingly he will analyze his performance and make a decision whether to continue with this supplier or not. Okay, that is another module in S4HANA. In Ariba. Before that, we will check this partition, why it did not happen. Let me share my screen.
I think now it should come.
Yeah, it should. Now it is there. When I go here, when I click on this, partition is there. And if I go to create a requisition, it should come. And non-catalog item, the management has come down. Okay. So when creating, you want the supplier to create, to have during PR creation, this partition data is important. Whatever until registration we have is the common data. Partition data comes when it integrates and SAP sends that information to Ariba. But that data we have manually put it in this tab. Okay. I'll show you again.
So what could be the use of the common data if we are not able to PR?
Very good question. See, first supplier will get registered, common data will be there. You will do sourcing activities. Okay. If the supplier is not shortlisted in the sourcing activities, we will not require the partition data. No, we will not continue any transactions with them, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
So basically, for the sourcing one, we can have both the vendors, the partition one and the common one, right?
No, sourcing common is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, for partition.
If any supplier is converted with the partition, then I have to use that supplier, right? So I can use the existing supplier also.
Yes, correct. Only if the supplier is, the contract is created and then you will sync the supplier to ERP and it will integrate and the SAP will send you the partition data and that partition data will come and sit in this place. Okay. When this partition data.
Tell me one thing, this all registration and this qualification, everything is happening in Ariba, is that right?
Yes.
So then what you are saying that it will come from SAP? Because if it is happening everything in Ariba, then it is by default, it will be here only.
Yeah, if it is a Ariba standalone, you are not integrating anything with SAP, you will come here and enable this partition data. You have to manually do this partition data for the supplier. Or there are some CSV files, you have to load them.
So even if let's assume, because we are having now HANA also and this Ariba also.
Yes.
And now suppose if we are doing registration, onboarding, qualification, everything in Ariba.
Yes.
Then automatically once the qualification is done, then it will automatically be filled. So there is no dependency on S4HANA. Is that right? Or I have understood?
No. For qualification, for upstream activities, qualification is enough. Okay. You are qualifying him so that you can create further transactions. But you still cannot create transactions. Okay. Until it is integrated. Okay. If it is integrated scenario. If it is non-integrated scenario, okay, you have to load these files, supplier location data. Okay. I will send you these. Okay, supplier export supplier data location consolidated file, and supplier location data consolidated. These three, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, when you load these 3 files with the information what we have put in, this information, if I download, somebody is saying you don't have SLP, right? Okay, you don't have SLP, but you want to create PR in Ariba. That time, these 3 files are useful. Supplier data, supplier location data, all your ERP data, you will fill in this CSV files and load it in Ariba without having SLP. Okay, with this vendor ID, whatever vendor ID in SAP, that vendor ID you will put, address ID, and load it in the same section, in the import section here. Okay, in the import section for this supplier location consolidated or supplier data consolidated, and you see the partition data for the supplier. This is manual activity. If it is not integrated, you have to manually fill all the details of the supplier in the CSV files and load it in their respective location. Then you will have a supplier data, and you can create PRs using that supplier.
Okay. So maybe we will be having more inputs from that integration section also.
Yeah.
This HANA and Ariba is integrated.
Yes.
Okay, fine enough.
Okay, so I in supplier I wanted to tell the difference between the supplier and common supplier and partition supplier. That's why I showed you this. I
got it.
Yeah. So now we'll see something about the last topic, the performance management. Okay, when you can create a supplier performance management project.
One more question I want to know. Suppose if I want to temporarily block one supplier for any purchasing activities, but I still want to have this financial activities, like I can make the payment, but I don't want anyone to raise any PR or PO. Is there any way in Ariba?
Yeah, it is there. It is there. You can block them. In the integrated scenario, we have to create some questions in the template and link it to some supplier mapping. See, in S4 HANA, there are something called purchasing block, posting block. There are T codes to make a supplier blocked for a purchasing or company code. Okay. Similarly, if you use the same mapping during the template creation, and if we send that internal questionnaire, if we fill out and submit that questionnaire, supplier will be blocked in S4HANA.
Okay, so you mean to say blocking can be done through template usage, right?
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
directly.
Yeah, no. Directly, I mean, if it is a standalone, you can deactivate the supplier in Ariba.
But deactivate means maybe this will stop everything, maybe financial
of course.
activities and
Yes,
everything,
yes,
right?
everything it will stop.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, I will show you once, I mean, how it looks like. Supplier, list all, okay, actions, deactivate. Any supplier you want to search and deactivate, you can deactivate.
Okay.
So is it
Now-
also maintaining history, or we have to find out from the audit logs whether if we are deactivating and activating again?
No, in this one, it will show. In the activity log, it will show if you are deactivating.
So only the activity logs or the separate history for activation or deactivation?
No, not separate. Same. I mean, in the activity log itself. Okay. So here, the last module, I mean, there is supplier risk also. I will take it. So we will finish supplier performance management. We will see the templates of all suppliers and supplier risk. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. So to create a supplier performance project, now the supplier is established. Okay. You are doing transactions with him, and you have to start a performance project. So this project is mostly the process is like how you define, measure, and monitor and analyze your supplier performance. Okay, and how you meet your business goals. What are your business goals? Let me open this document here. I have to log into this 1 minute. Click there. This is supplier lifecycle and performance. Under this, we are talking about supplier performance management. This is all supplier lifecycle performance to this thing. Supplier performance management. This is all what we have discussed. Okay, two-way sync between SAP ERP. We can send information from SAP also. They will send information. It is the integration is bidirectional. It is called two-way sync. Okay. Supplier. There is no performance. Okay. Okay, guys. Let me complete from my end. Okay. So to create a performance project, so you have to go to create and click on this supplier performance management project. Okay. You can name it as supplier performance project for ABC management. Okay. Here you can select a company, and here you have to select a supplier as well, to which supplier you are doing this. Okay. And you can select this test project, yes or no. What is the importance of selecting whether it is a test project, yes or no means? So if you select it as no, okay, it is not a test project, then it will come in your reports. Okay, if you say this is a test project, yes, okay, this will not come in your test projects. I mean your reports, the performance project reports. This is to avoid when you are in a real time, you will be creating many test projects. Okay, to avoid those test projects to come in your real time data. Okay, the real time data should not consist any test projects. That's why if it is a test project, you are creating any project for test purpose, you always select it as yes. If you want it to come in the report, it is a real time, select it as no. Okay, and here again you will select commodity, what commodity and region, for which region it is, department, what is predecessor project. For example, if there is any predecessor project for this, you are creating a supplier performance manage after a sourcing project. Okay, whatever project finished before this performance project will become a predecessor project. Okay, so in future when you are going for an audit, okay, somebody will ask you on what basis you have created this performance project. Then you can show there is a sourcing project created and there is a contract as well. Okay, and based on that we are sending out this. So there was a supplier request for this. I mean anything, any predecessor project happened before performance project, you can give it to the auditor. That is the purpose of this predecessor project.
This predecessor project can be like a PO or something also, right? Like we
Yes.
already have a purchase order with them.
No, in the upstream, whatever you have that you can put it here. Any contract, okay, or a supplier request or a sourcing request, sourcing project, anything can become your predecessor project.
But usually we do supplier performance once we have done some purchasing itself and we want to mark the performance.
Understand.
Right?
Yeah. But this one is mostly in the upstream, so you cannot select any. I mean, there are no projects in the downstream for that matter.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's mainly for the upstream only.
Upstream, yes. Just to give anybody who is auditing, give the source why we are doing it. stating there is a contract for this supplier already. So that's why we are doing this supplier management product. Okay, we can select the supplier performance project, what they have given, what the system has given. When we select this template, it will ask how frequently will you review the performance of the supplier. Okay, you can say annually, semi-annually, quarterly, or monthly, based on your selection, whatever you want. Okay, you say semi-annually, then in that case it will appear two times. It will the supplier performance will go twice to the supplier. Okay, in the documents, if you see, we can create a scorecard as well as SPM project. First, we have to create a survey. Okay, create a new event. Okay, supplier performance for ABC Limited. Okay, which survey you want to select? Okay, you have selected the template for the project. Under that, there is a survey. Okay, you have to select which survey you want to send it to the supplier. Here you will see you will select this SPM survey, for example. I will show you when we are creating templates, how we can create these templates and surveys inside that. See, any event, whether it is a RFI, RFP, or a survey event, okay, it will start with this doc ID and it will have these four sections. First one is the rule section, second is the participant, third is the content and summary. Okay. In the rules, you have the first one as timing rules. Okay. You have to enter how much duration you want to open this. Okay. When you are sending it to the supplier, I think somebody who has responded, they might have seen in the right hand side there is a time running. Okay. You can specify that time. Maybe for 2 days you want to open this performance. Okay. And this one reminder, okay, you can set a start reminder. For example, you are giving 2 days time for the supplier to respond to this survey, and you are giving, I mean, for example, from the last start reminder last 10 hours, okay, and send reminder every one hour, send reminder every 1 hour, okay, last reminder in the last 30 minutes, okay. You can set reminders, send reminders every last 30 minutes only, this one also. Yeah, every 1 hour only. Okay. You can set the reminders. Okay. If the duration you can put the duration here in as 2 days, or you can give a fixed date. Okay. You can give a fixed date and time. Okay. You soon after publish, you want to send this to the supplier, you can select this, or you can schedule it for the future. Publish it for future time. You have created and you can schedule it to send it to 5 p.m. in the evening. Okay, that is this rule. And this bidding rules, this section bidding rules is for events. When you are sending any RFI events, this will come into the picture. Okay, that time we will see that. Okay, and then if you want to invite any participants in the survey, you can invite them. Okay, you can invite a supplier, ABC, search, ABC management, and click on OK. And next, okay. In this already, we have completed the rules. We have invited the participants to respond to this, and we have to build a content. From the template, there is some default template come here. Okay, so if we have to create our own templates, I mean our own sections and questions. So this is called a section. Under that we have question. Okay, for example, if you want to add a section here stating quality and click on OK. Okay, under this you want to add a question. How you want to measure the quality? I mean, what is your return procedure? During performance, we will not ask this. Maybe quality feedback. We will say here in the quality feedback answer type. There are many answer type. Okay, like you can specify single line limited. It is 255 characters. Single line has 4,000 characters. If you select test multiple lines, I mean unlimited characters. Okay. If you are selecting whole number, you are expecting the response only in the whole numbers. Okay. If you are selecting, for example, if you have, are you accepting the NDA? Okay. In that case, yes or no type. Okay. What is your turnover? In that case, money. Okay. When was your company established? The answer type would be date. What is your organization address? Address as the type. See, if I select address the answer type, you will see, I mean, the supplier can see in this way. Okay. Now I am asking quality feedback. Okay. In this case, I am giving single line limited. If it is any value, he can give open-ended answer. Okay. But After giving text single line limited and you are asking list of choices, you have to give them. You can give excellent, very good and poor. Okay, and you can also put one more thing stating no choice and set this as a default. Set default, this will become default and click on done. Okay, first you see no choice as default and others, they can see. Okay, you can always, when you are creating any RFI or a survey, you can always act as the supplier and view how they can view this questionnaire in this fashion.
And there is something dependent I saw. Let's say if we are putting yes, then in that case only the other fields
That
populated.
Is conditional. You want me to create that now, or we will see in the future?
Yeah, we'll see in the template, no problem.
Yeah, no, not template. I mean, in RFI, so many things are there. Okay, let me create that. One minute. Under this a question, we'll say, do you accept 60 days payment terms? Okay, answer type would be yes or no. Okay, you are saying done. Okay, and again you are adding one more question. Okay, if no, specify your payment terms. Okay, here to specify, I'm giving a single limited, but in the visibility conditions, there is a small icon called visibility condition. You will create a condition and you say this is a dependable question for this 3.2 when they answer only no. Okay, I'm clicking on yes and clicking on done. Now we see this as supplier. Okay, supplier, do you accept 60 days payment terms? I say yes. No, additional question. If I say no, this question will appear. Okay, this is, I think this is what you are asking. So after we are acting, see, anytime during the preparation of this questionnaire, you can act as participant. Okay, and then you see how the supplier can view it. Once you finish it, you have to click on this end preview. Okay. So I think in performance, these two are not relevant. Just I'm okay. Now click on next and exit. But before that, return to project. I have to create a scorecard for this. Okay. Scorecard for performance management. I'll name this here like this. Okay. There is so many scorecards already there for the supplier. Okay. SPM scorecard. Okay. For example, this is a scorecard from the template. Okay. So if they are responding number of contracts, okay. For example, how many contracts they have done? For example, I'm saying 10, okay. And customer service, how much you want to give? 10 and publish this. Okay. Performance period I have to provide from 1st January till now. Click on OK. Okay. Now this project has both the scorecard and the supplier management. Okay. So from where this scorecard is coming, so this is built using the KPIs. When we are talking about the templates, I will show you. This is published and we have to publish the performance for ABC. If I go to summary page, you enable response end time, reminders and selected hours for frequency. This can be high number of notifications. Okay, I'll remove this reminder. I showed you how the reminders can be set. Okay, summary and publish this. When I publish this, okay, and click on monitor, soon I click on monitor, the time will be running. I gave 2 days time and the supplier has 2 days time to respond to this. Okay, you got any, notification to respond to this performance?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah. Can you respond? What?
Yeah. So one thing, this supplier performance, we need to create separately for each supplier. We can have a template which we can put for any suppliers we want to send.
Yeah. We can see participants. You can invite as many participants you want here. You can resend invitation.
Okay. Yeah, so this content you create and then you can send to multiple
participants. You can invite in this section. You can invite when it is published. You will not see invite option. Okay. During edition, you can see that the invite option. You can invite as many suppliers.
Okay.
But can we add these suppliers on the basis of the supplier category or region?
Yeah. That way also you can do. So you can, when you are
selecting each and every supplier, it would be difficult.
Yeah. You can do that.
Okay, I already responded,
right? Okay. It is still running. Okay. Supplier performance management. At any point, you can go to actions and reduce the time. Since you have responded, I will reduce the time to 47 hours.
47, you have to change.
Yeah. Okay. Now 4 hours remaining. You can again reduce the time course.
So we can take only action once the time completes, right?
Yeah. Okay. 57 minutes left. Reduce the time to 50 minutes, 7 minutes. Okay. We'll wait for 1 minute.
So even if supplier has responded, once this timer is completed, then only we get the response.
Yes. See, now if
it's
you
because they can resubmit the response during that duration.
Yeah.
And maybe
correct.
some other supplier are also there. They are
Also
not
there.
submitting.
Yes.
So we'll keep running.
Okay.
Now it is done. Okay. You can pull out a reports for this. Okay. You can download reports for this supplier, and the content is here, 75% and all. If you go to the project, view project, and go to the scorecard, open the scorecard, you have responded how much? Based on your response, it will give you a grades. Okay. See, for example, contract compliance, it has given you 640%. For customer service, it given you 60% grade. Okay. Since you have given excellent here, okay, this scorecard also you can download from here. 1 minute. Let's check what was the response. This contract compliance was 95%. Customer service excellent. We have not included the quality in the scorecard. This is excellent and this is 95. Because scorecard. So open the report. It scores adjust grades. It is properly not linked. We'll do one more for supplier performance management. Okay. Basically, before this, I wanted to show you something else. Okay, to create a scorecard, first thing you create is if you go to sourcing library, under this, create content document. Okay, and you can create KPIs, add a document, KPI for performance management, and create. And here it is asking you what KPI you want to add. Okay, you can add a KPI stating quality as a key performance indicator. Okay, and under this again you add compliance. So when you are adding this KPI, you are giving whether this is based on the percentage or a whole number or a money or a quantity. See, there are two things how you gauge the supplier performance. One is qualitative aspects and quantitative aspects. Okay, quantity means based on the quantity, how much quantity they have supplied you, and the value type, if it is a percentage, it is based on whether it is poor, excellence, or good. Okay, you will add this. You need to create this KPI and give a value like 50 or 100 for this and click on done. And when you are creating a template, you will add this KPI in the scorecard. Okay. And when you are creating a sourcing project, you will add both the surveys and the scorecard so that whatever the response coming in the sourcing, the performance project is linked to the scorecard and you can pull a report out of it. So when in the project, this is not looking good. When I show you, when I create our own project templates, for performance project and I will show you. So you will get more idea on that. Okay. So apart from the supplier performance management, you want to understand anything else? Any doubts on topics?
So the one question we asked, the supplier performance, we can send it to end requester also, right? How they perform.
Yeah, this can be internally and this can be sent external to the supplier also. External supplier also. See, when I am creating any supplier performance project, create supplier performance. See, SPM survey. Here participants, you can select only one supplier per performance because we are selecting when we are creating a project, we are giving a supplier name. So why this one here? Okay, the organization and contact name or a participant group. Here you can also invite the internal users like SV project manager. Those are the participants. You can.
So basically, yes. So basically, let's assume I have 10 suppliers for which I want to create a performance management template and I want to send to two different groups. Okay. So here it can be sent for only one supplier or where I can add multiple suppliers for this one. Like this group, I want to send the same template to multiple suppliers.
No. Multiple users you can send. Send it to.
Yeah, multiple users I can send, but groups I can send. Let's assume I want to send one group only, but for multiple suppliers.
Multiple suppliers. No. Performance project, I think it is only for one SPM project for one supplier. not for multiple suppliers.
Okay. So let's assume,
Yeah.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
But participants you can invite from internally, you can invite as many participants you want to respond on this.
Okay. But let's assume I want to use this template making maybe slightly complex thing.
Yeah.
So let's assume I've created a good template and I want to use it. So how can I reuse it?
See,
for another supplier?
So you have created a template and you want to use the same template every time.
Yeah, same for other suppliers. So let's assume I created this content and all, right? For one supplier. But I want to use same content for a different supplier now.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Create supplier performance. The copy from project is there, right? Okay. Already created project, you can select here.
Okay.
Those attributes only come here. Same attributes.
So this will copy all the contents also which
Yes.
I would have created for this particular project.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
From the end user perspective, we have talked about supplier request registration and qualification and modular questionnaires. Okay. And preferred supplier. We will talk about, extension on the supplier performance management.
Okay.
And templates on supplier templates, all the supplier templates. Okay. And this is the main important thing. The supplier template is the main important thing. After this thing, we will start with the sourcing. How much ever we can complete sourcing, at least by RFI, RFP, we can complete. Okay.
Fine.
So thank you so much.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does CIG stand for in the context of SAP S4HANA and Ariba integration? Option A, Cloud Integration Gateway. Option B, Corporate Information Gateway. Option C, Central Integration Gateway. Option D, Core Integration Group. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S/4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S/4HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Yes. So we saw about the supplier request, registration, qualification, and preferred supplier. This is all front end. Whatever we have seen, this is a front end. Okay, anyone can go from here and create a supplier request. Once supplier request is submitted, they can invite for registration. And once fully registered, they can qualify them and make him preferred supplier, all those things. Okay. But whatever we see when we create a request form or a registration, whatever we see here, the fields. Okay. This is a section. This is called a section. And this is called fields. Okay. Under this section, this question is created. Okay, where this is created in the templates in the backend. Okay, we will see the templates for a supplier request form, supplier registration form, modular questionnaires. Okay, we will see that. 1 minute. I want to show you something here in the supplier request form. When I type, for example, TCS, okay, it is giving me 3 potential duplicates were found based on the information supplier provided. 3 duplicates. Okay, this is happening because there is a duplicate check enabled. Whenever you are creating a supplier request form, it is giving you alert, this supplier already exists. See, for example, when you are creating a Gmail account, it says, it is not possible. Maybe you can create your user ID with Amit123. Okay, that, it will give you recommendations, right, to create your profile. Similarly, when you are creating already existing supplier in the system, it will throw us error. Whether you are creating with the same supplier name or if you are using the same email ID, it will throw error. Okay, for example, I will give here the same email ID.
It was asking to ignore it, right? And it is moving forward.
Yeah, that's what it is showing us the duplicates, but we have option to ignore and move it forward, or we can cancel and create it differently. Okay, here we have that option. Okay, when here it is giving four options. See, with this contact email, there are four duplicates created. Okay, for example, it is taking time. See, in Ariba, we have options. It will give us a duplicate check option, but we can anytime we can ignore that and proceed further. One potential, and if I mention this one and domestic supplier, yes. Okay, I will say Bangalore 0100. Okay, when we submit, it will give us all the possible. For example, ABB, we have one duplicate. With this Gmail ID, there are three. Okay, so how strong it is, how weak it will give a match score. Okay, if you are creating a supplier using this ID, it is very weak. Okay, you have to give correct legal name. Okay, at this point you can either cancel the request and create with the correct legal name and a different contact email, or you can ask the system to see. I myself have created with this email ID so many suppliers in this. Okay, every time it is popping up like this, I will say ignore and submit the request because I don't have any other ID. So you have option to always ignore and proceed further. Okay, so how we enable this duplicate check? Okay, there are other things we will discuss. Okay, what is the form? What is the questionnaire? In the question settings, okay, in for supplier management service, what is supplier field mapping? What is max length? What is description? All these things we will do. Okay, first to create a template, you should be part of a template creator group. Okay, if the template creator group is assigned to you, under manage, you will see this templates option. Otherwise, you cannot see this. So if you are not finding, if you are a core administrator and you are not finding this templates option here, you can always ask the user management team to provide you template creator access. Okay. But see, one more thing I want to tell you is like supplier request and supplier registration is same for all the suppliers. Even Ariba provides us the only single template. We cannot create more templates with the supplier request. See, always when we are creating a supplier request form, it is not asking which template you want to use, isn't it? For registration, it is not asking you which template you want to use. But for modular questionnaires, it is giving you options. Okay, since it has to be same for all the suppliers, Ariba itself has provided a unique template only that we have to use. I mean, if you want to make any modifications, you can modify the same template provided by Ariba.
As you are saying, for the templates, again, we have to add in the group. So is there any like kind of access like core administrator as you're talking about? See, if I add into this particular group, so all the access I'll get, or I'll have to give it separately for each kind of these modules and functions?
No. There is, I mean, for each module, sorry, each role, there is different actions you can make. Yesterday, I have showed you, no? I mean,
Yeah,
where
yeah.
you can get different roles and their actions. Similarly, customer administration can configure everything, but for template, he need template creator access also. Along with customer admin, he needs template creator access also. Sometimes for example, there is a supplier manager, okay, supplier agent. He can only submit I'm giving a vague example. He can only submit a supplier request, but supplier manager can invite the supplier for registration. So each role will have a different set of actions that can be taken by the user. Okay. I am going to already
So these are all the templates that has been created earlier.
earlier, yes. So many they have created. See, since this is a demo system, you will see pagination till 46. Each page have so many. Okay, but see, RFP, I mean the sourcing side, right? You can create hundreds of templates. Okay, whenever you are creating a new sourcing project, it will ask you which template you want me to select. Okay, but supplier request, supplier registration, and qualification always same. It should not be changed. Whatever Ariba provided, we have to work on the same template. Okay. For example, we have this is supplier registration. First, we will check for supplier request.
On the left hand side, there is supplier request from original. Yeah, this one.
Okay, when we come here, so these also they have copied, but this is a different project they have pulled here. This is a sourcing project and all. So I will go to this template. Okay, if I go to document, this is in draft. Okay, this is in draft, so we can edit it. Okay. So these are the when we enter any project, okay, any template. Yesterday I have shown you this, right?
There are four things that we have to.
Yeah. So whenever you create any template or a project, you will see all these tabs. First is the overview tab. Okay. Here you will see what is the name of this template and what is the description given to this, what is the base language, and what is the rank for that, and many access controls or conditions. These access controls conditions I will explain you. And then in the documents, we have supplier request form. So for supplier request, it is a form. Okay. And supplier registration, it is a questionnaire. Okay. What is the difference between form and questionnaire? A form type of is for survey document. It is also a survey document, often used for internal service. Okay. Form always can be used for internal only. The supplier request form is internal. Registration form is external. We are sending it to supplier. So form is best for limited number of questions. Okay. And content is also not numbered in form. Whereas in questionnaire, this is also used for survey documents, but often used for external service. We are sending it to external supplier. Okay. Best for a large number of questions. Content is always numbered. Okay. These are the difference between. So we are creating supplier request form. So we are using the survey type as form. Edit this. Here that option is there. Any template when we edit it, the document when we edit it, okay, we will see first the rules option. Okay, this is the rules section. In this, we can set the rules. Okay, what should be the duration of the supplier request form? And see, there are other things like these three will be always be there: hidden, read-only, and delegated. In the template level, if you see, if I hidden this, okay, if I hide this field in the front end project, this field is not visible to me. If I make it read-only, this field is visible to me in the front end, but you cannot take you cannot make any changes. Okay, if it is delegated, the field, if you set the field to delegated, it is visible to you in the front end, and you can also make changes to this field. Okay, yeah. So I will make it hidden because this enable preview period for bidding opens. This is not relevant to supplier request form. This bidding is relevant to RFP. Okay, we will see this field when we are working on RFPs. Okay, and this is very important. Response start date. Okay, it says when I click on publish button, soon after when I click on publish button, I mean submit button, I mean the survey has to go to the participant. Okay, or you can schedule it for future. Okay, soon after you publish it, it should go to the participant, or you can schedule it to the future. Like so you are scheduling it, the external party will receive it. Okay. Now you are sending a registration questionnaire to the supplier. You can schedule it to send it for, okay. But this, so for our registration, supplier management and all, we use this one only. When I click on publish button, soon after that, invite should go to them, and they should start participating, and this time should be running. Okay. Here also, this duration is there, right? This is 30 days. Okay. I mean, you can reduce this and you can mention 30 hours, 30 minutes. Okay, however you want. And you can also set a reminder every time. Okay. When you, for example, it is 30 days, right? Start reminders from 15th day. Send reminder every 1 day. Send last reminder before 4 hours. Okay. You can set reminders like this. So there are 30 days. From 15th, they will start receiving the reminder. You are about to finish the registration. Okay. Like that. Or, I mean, they will receive a last reminder 4 hours before. And this reminder also is especially not for supplier management, it is for RFP. Okay, I mean, I showed you here. I mean, RFP also I will show you here. Reminder is not used in supplier management. Only for sourcing purpose they will use, because they will send out an RFP for some 10 days. Okay, within that supplier has to, I mean, receive reminders. So for that reason, the reminders can be used. Okay, this bidding section also for RFP, and only this section for supplier management. Okay, here it is asking us whether specify questionnaire format, whether it is a form or a questionnaire. If we are creating a supplier request form, select supplier request form. If we are creating, I mean, supplier registration form, then select supplier questionnaire as format. Okay, now we select it as a form. And is the questionnaire required? Then when you select yes, it will become mandatory. If you say no, it is not a mandatory prerequisite. Okay.
Viraj?
Yeah.
Can you please tell me again this? What is the difference? Suppose if I am selecting form how does it impact on the process?
See, form is only for limited number of questions. Form is also a survey. Questionnaire is also a survey. Okay, whether you are doing it internally or externally, it is same. Can you give me 1 minute? Yeah, sorry for that. So, form type of question format is especially used for when you have limited number of questions, not many questions.
So limited, is there any limitation on the number of fields or anything?
Yeah, I think like especially for it says choose form for questionnaires with relatively small sets of content, such as request, like supplier request form. Choose questionnaire for questionnaires with large sets of content. There is no specifically there is a limitation, but usually the form is used for a small set of questions like address, a common general information.
Okay. And where we mentioned that whether this form or questionnaire will be filled internally or it will be filled by the supplier.
Yeah, when see this one will come as a when we say form, supplier request form. 1 minute, I'll tell you. 1 minute. Actually, for other forms, it is there. Okay, if I edit this properties, customer support administration, somewhere we'll mention that 1 minute. I'll tell you. Read only register. See, in this supplier request form, this is coming from Ariba itself. In this, they have not specified whether it is internal form or external form. But if you see any other modular questionnaires, I'll show you. Go to Actions, a template, SM modular questionnaire. Click on OK. When I select a survey here, see here specify questionnaire format as form. Is questionnaire required? Is yes. Specify questionnaire type. See whether it is external or internal. Okay. Maybe this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, right. Here,
yeah.
Internal, maybe we have to enter and external supplier has to enter.
Supplier has. No. If we specify it as internal, it is an internal form. We have to fill ourselves. Okay.
Yes.
If we specify it as external, it will go to supplier.
Correct.
This field in the supplier request form, they have hide it. Ariba itself, they have hide it. That's why we are not able to see that. Okay. In the modular questionnaires, we can specify that whether supplier request and supplier registration is default templates provided by Ariba. So the thing is, so many things are by default enabled in supplier request form. Only content we can change as per request. Initially also during workshops, if we give the correct content to the Ariba team, there will be a workbooks, okay? In the workbooks, if we give what questions you want, okay, what tasks you want in a supplier request form or a supplier registration form, and what are the approvals required, the initial setup Ariba itself themselves will do using the workbook. After that, minor corrections you can do for supplier request or supplier form.
Suppose if I want to check all the default templates in this module, how can I'm assuming that maybe customer support admin is the creator for this default templates, right?
Yes. No.
So
Ariba will create a default templates, okay? When they have created a default template, and see, in this demo system, we cannot see because they have created hundreds of templates. So you see the pagination itself was 46. There will be a default templates. We have to search for them.
Yeah. So what I want to see is that what are the default templates? Maybe just couple of for supplier request form, right? Or more?
No. Supplier request, supplier registration, supplier qualification, preferred supplier. These four are default templates.
Okay. And customer support admin will be the creator for these templates by default?
No. By Ariba, when you get a package only, the default templates will come.
No. So I'm asking, suppose if I am creating, let's say if I will create one template, okay, it will show my name that, okay, Pratap has created this template.
Correct.
Right? Now, in that case of default template, who is the creator? Like in the system?
Yeah. Correct. I'll show you that. It will show, for example, here are different people, right? The customer support admin, it will show customer support admin as the default template. If this is from Ariba.
Okay. And can we edit this template or we have to create a new template to default this all fields?
No. We can edit the same template. We can copy or open. So copy option they have disabled for supplier request. Other form of templates we can copy. But here we have to work on the same template given by Ariba. So this Ariba has given us. I am opening this and making changes to the template given by Ariba. I am not creating any new template. Understood?
Okay.
See, supplier request form, supplier registration, qualification preferred. use what Ariba given. Okay, you have to open the same thing. Okay, if it is already in draft, okay, you can publish it. Okay, or once it is in active status, again you will find a new version. You can click on new version and again make changes and again publish. So this version this version will keep changing.
Okay, is there any workflow in this can be added if any approval is required for this template?
No. For supplier request form, only one approval flow, only one it is required. It is approval task. Nothing else is required.
So it is like it will be auto approved or it will go to some approve or can we add some approver?
Yeah, we can add approvers. See, for example, so we can edit this task. So this is approval task. I will tell you the all different types of tasks we have. So currently there is no approver, for example. Okay, you can add approver. Okay, and there are three types of approvals: parallel, serial, and custom. If you add parallel approver, okay, a node will appear like this. Okay, and if you click here, and you can add one more approver here. Okay, this is parallel. They are in the same line. Okay, and if I show you serial approval, okay, this is 17 is the first approver. After he approves, the second guy can approve. After he approves, third guy can approve. This is serial fashion. That was parallel. Okay, and this can be made custom approval also. Okay, custom means however we want. Okay, one node we can prepare parallel, then next serial, again parallel, next serial. Okay, this is custom. We will see more about custom approval flow when we are working on PR approval flow. Here in supplier request form, only one approver is enough. Okay, somebody submits a supplier request form. Couple of people has to approve it. That's it. Only approval that is enough in a serial fashion. Okay, supplier request form we don't need much approvers. Okay, only this task will be there. Okay, we will talk about other tasks in other requests. I will show you there. So supplier request form in the rules, as I told, this is important. This section is important. You have to specify the duration for how many days you want to open this request form, and then this is important, supplier management.
Why there is bidding rule in supplier request form? This is the form which has come from the Ariba, right?
Yeah,
so why there is bidding rule in supplier request form?
Yeah, see, whether it is a supplier request for upstream, all templates, okay, whether it is a contract, supplier, or sourcing, any template will have all these sections. A timing rule section, bidding rule section, project owner section, market feedback section, all these section will be there. But we can make them hidden. Okay.
Okay.
We can. This is also not required. I can make them hidden.
Got it.
What is relevant to supplier for request form, we can keep it delegated. Okay. We can make all this hidden.
If only existing information itself we can update, like we want to show or if you don't want to show. But like if I have any requirement, like some basic information itself, some fields to be added. Is this possible here?
That's what I'm saying. See, I will show you. First, that this is the rule section. Okay. And then I am coming to participants. In the template level, we are not adding participants. In the content, we will add something. Okay. Here, this is the content. Okay. Here, okay.
You said that forms are not numbered, but this is numbered, right? Like you saw in the PPT, you said form are not numbered, right?
Wait. Good question. See, return to project. Forms are not numbered in sense we can create here the forms, but when you create a supplier request form, here it is numbered.
It's showing numbered, right?
Numbered in sense, what sense they are saying is content is always numbered, content is not numbered.
Maybe numbered in the sense choices, yes or no, 1, 2, 3, 5 rating like that.
No.
This is also there.
No, I will check this. Why it is mentioned that way? Content is always numbered, content is not numbered. Okay, I will check that. Okay, we will go back to the template. Now we will work on these question types. Okay, question setting test. I think I have shown you how to create some sections and questions, right? In the template.
Yes, for supplier performance. Yes.
Okay. So here, general supplier information. For example, this is one section. Under this section, this vendor name is created. Okay. See, all this, whatever I'm showing, for example, supplier field mapping, max length description, these are very important when we are working on supplier request form and registration form. Because from here, whatever the field we want to integrate, that we can specify here. Okay. For example, you want to integrate this field, you want to integrate this field, okay, and you want to integrate all these fields based on your supplier field mapping. Okay, if you are not giving anything in the supplier field mapping, that field will not integrate to SAP. For example, under this is first one, vendor name. Okay, I am editing this. Okay, I am giving the vendor name and I am saying text single line limited. And here in the supplier mapping, you see vendor info dot name one. Okay, this is the technical name in SAP. For example, if I open SAP, no, it is not working. Actually, any of you has worked on BP, business partner, in ERP? So in ERP, the business partner, okay, Google, business, I asked for image.
You search on the images on the top, the Google itself.
Yeah.
So business partner is supplier, right? Vendor in the
Yeah.
SAP.
See, yes, here, this is the business partner image. See, when you click on BP, the T code is BP, and you can change the organization and put something. Here you see, for this, there is a name. So name has four fields for name. So in SAP, this is called as name one, this is called as name two, name three, name four, for example. Okay. And here, when you are creating a supplier request form in Ariba, so whatever response supplier is giving for this question, vendor name, that response has to sit in this vendor info dot name one in it. So when it is integrated, this whatever response supplier is giving or user is giving for this, that response will go and sit in this name one, first row. If we say it is name two, it will go and sit in the second column.
We are not about these SAP screens, so how we will come to know like this is vendor info dot name one?
Very good question. See, there is a SLP setup. This is a guide given by Ariba.
One more question. So from supplier request form, we will not integrate to business partner, right? It will be from the supplier registration.
Yes. See, for example, if you Google for supplier field mapping in Ariba, okay? You go to SAP community, you click on this supplier field mapping. It will give you what is required. For name of the supplier, this is a technical name in SAP, okay? An alternate name of the supplier of the name for supplier's parent company, this is the technical name. Okay, for all the field mappings, you will get it from Google only. Okay, for example, vendor.certificate. If you want to integrate the certificates question and you want to transmit to SAP, so this is the field mapping.
So
Understood?
these fields maybe some kind of complex also where that particular field is a combination of 3-4 fields.
No, in the same question, you can have more fields. For example, if you can say network, click on the supply fields. Okay, network.legal or network.contacts. For example, if you say network.legal name, okay, this question, network means our business network. Okay.
No, I think first you need to remove name one, then only I think it will take.
No. Did you mean, see, I'm saying you can have in the same question, two field mappings you can have after giving comma. Okay, this response for this question you can integrate to SAP, and response from this question you can integrate to business network.
Okay, so it will go stored in both in name one and this legal.
It will go to network also, business network also. It will get mapped. Ariba business network. To both the things, it will get integrated. Okay. So similarly, if I cancel this, for supplier main address, this is the field mapping. Vendor dot address extension dot postal address. Okay, maybe we can see here address section is there. See, address is there, right? Address overview. Okay, here standard address. This will get mapped to this fields in SAP. Okay, understood. So whenever you are creating, supplier request form, or registration. Usually registration only you will map all the fields. Okay. When the supplier responds to the registration field, you want to map this vendor.address or all the fields to SAP. Okay. So supplier field mapping is important. More than supplier request form, this supplier field mapping is important in supplier registration. Okay. Only the responses from supplier registration will get integrated to S4HANA or business network. Okay. By giving here, what happens is in the supplier request form, if we give field mapping, and from the same supplier request form, if we invite the supplier, these questions, the responses from the supplier request form will auto-populate in supplier registration form. I mean, supplier need not have to answer again. Understood this point?
Yes, but it will not be stored in the SAP system. It will just get defaulted in the
registration form.
Yes.
Okay, we give the same field mapping in request form, same field mapping for address in registration form. Supplier request form is approved, and when you are inviting supplier, that auto-populates in supplier registration form. Again, supplier need not have to fill those lines wherever it is auto-populated. Okay, so this is one important thing, supplier field mapping. Second important thing is max length. Okay, see, like what we have, okay, in Ariba, there are three things. Okay, this text is text single line and text multiple line. Okay, if I have to show you that, text single line always allows 255 characters. Okay, if you select text single line, it will allow you 4000 characters. Multiple lines, unlimited characters. Okay, and for example, we are giving text single line limited, and if you are not giving this max length, okay, and the supplier is giving, assume this is a request form, registration questionnaire, not a request form, and supplier is responding his legal name for about 50 characters. Okay, supplier organization name in 50 characters, but SAP allows only 20 characters. For that reason, if we give here a max length of 20 or 35, okay, and when we are responding, when supplier is responding for this question for legal name, it will stop him when he is crossing above 20. Understood? If you don't give 20 here, okay.
Yeah,
and
understood. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you go,
So where is for the mandatory one?
Yeah, it is mandatory. See, when a request form, for example, here the length, it allows only 20 characters, for example, in SAP. And if you don't specify any length here, max length here, okay, you don't specify any max length, and supplier is providing some 50 character answer for that, and that will get stuck. It will not get integrated. I mean, it will throw us error. It is exceeding the maximum limit in SAP. That is the error message. Then we understand the supplier is providing an answer the answer length which SAP does not support. So to avoid that, we have to give a maximum length for the response as 20 or 30, whatever SAP supports. Okay. And if it is a standalone, okay, we are not integrating anything with Ariba, these things are not required. Max length, supplier field mapping, all these things are not required. Only for integration point of view, supplier field mapping or max length is important. Understood?
I was just asking, this response required is for the mandatory one or what?
Mandatory one means?
No, means if I want to make these particular field mandatory, so what is the setting?
Yeah. Sorry. See, this is the one. Response required, if you say yes,
Yeah, that's what
participant
I was
required.
asking.
Yeah, this becomes mandatory. Not required becomes not mandatory. Okay, you can skip this answer and proceed further. If you say yes, participant required, then this becomes mandatory. Okay.
And what third option? There was a third option also.
Response required from the owner. If response is required from the project owner, whoever has created it, then it becomes mandatory. He has to respond. Participant, if not responded, also owner has to respond to that.
So participants can not respond it, but before moving owner needs to respond. Fill in value there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and one question came in my mind, Viraj. So, if let's say in the SAP, can I directly create a business partner, and that will be sync here also in Ariba?
Yes. There is option called DRF out. Okay. So basically, when we talk about supplier integration, it is bidirectional. Bidirectional means two-way sync is possible. Okay. There is something called DRF out configuration in SAP. If you configure this in SAP, if you ask your counterpart, SAP counterpart, configure this DRF out transaction in SAP. When you configure this, I mean, if you just have to enter this T code DR out, okay, and it will ask you which supplier you want to send it to SAP. Then you can mention the ERP ID, and the supplier will come in Ariba. Okay, from Ariba, once it comes to Ariba, you can send, a formal registration form to the supplier to get registered in network.
So this particular mapping is bidirectional, or if I need to bring from the SAP side, so there is a separate mapping, or this particular mapping is bidirectional?
No. See, when I say bidirectional, supplier request form will not come. Okay. when some response is coming from SAP to Ariba, request form is not required, right? Only registration form we have to link. Okay. There also these field mappings are not required for DRF out. Okay. It will come and sit in this whatever architecture we have. It will 1 minute I'll show you.
That will come as a, I think, approved supplier and vendor ID also populated.
Correct. In the 360-degree profile, we have some section called ERP data, right? ERP data I have shown you.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, there it will come and sit, and you can then send a registration and make it a complete registration form. Let me show you that. See, all this information, SM vendor ID, and there is a ERP vendor ID. When you make it DRF out, all this information will come and sit here. Okay, and then I'm going back to templates again. Where is this? Before it opens, there is one more thing called as a description. Okay, and we will talk about such term: description, validation pattern, and sensitive data masking. If this parameter is enabled, it will show us. Otherwise, the sensitive data masking is nothing but, see, for example, you receive sometimes when you spend something on your credit card, no? Okay.
Yeah, there are some.
It will mask all the other credit card data with X and only last four digit with which one, right? That is masking, data masking. Okay, it will mask all the other data with.
Maybe there are bank account information also, right?
Yeah, bank account information. See, in this case, when we do a sensitive masking pattern, 0 to 9, okay, nothing is visible to you, and only last four digits are visible to you. Okay, these are the regular expressions. I mean, if anyone has worked on Java or any other programming languages, they will understand what are regular expressions. Okay,
Yes,
even
for the neckline and all those things, correct.
Yeah, and even for validation pattern, here we are giving 0 to 9. For example, what is the question? They have not visible. For example, say telephone number. Okay, the telephone number or pin code, we are saying 0 to 9 and max length is 7. Okay, and we are also giving error message stating, please enter minimum of 7 digits, no special characters are allowed. Okay, first of all, for the telephone, alphabets are not allowed, and pin code also alphabets are not allowed, and the max length they cannot exceed 7. Okay, this way we can give a validation pattern for every question. Okay, for example, vendor.name. Okay, what validation pattern you can have? A to Z is a validation pattern. Okay, they cannot exceed. This is a regular expression when only alphabets from A to Z are allowed, and you can enter this as the error message. If they want to enter any special characters or numbers, please enter only alphabets. Numbers are not allowed for the company name. Or no, please don't use any abbreviations. Okay, I have used that error message also. I show you. Please only use alphabets. Numbers or special characters are not allowed. Or you can say don't use abbreviations or special characters or numbers. Okay. So when you are trying to give something else in the validation, I mean, it will throw an error message. Okay, we'll see that. If they have given, I mean, whoever has active supply request form, they have given something, it will throw us an error. So remember, this is very important, DRF configuration. Okay, I mean, even in case of, I mean, you are going for assessments, I mean, exams, they will ask what is the bidirectional, how can you send vendor information from SAP to Ariba? Okay, that is through DRF out. Okay, if I come here, create requisition, if they have set any validation, it will, let's see. Here I am giving alphabet, city, I am giving some numbers, country, India. Here there is a validation format for email. For example, it is asking correct format. Okay, Ariba domestic supplier, submit. Okay, but it is taking everything. There is no validation set for the active supplier request form. If they have set validation, no, it will not allow all these things. Okay, so if we make this supplier request form what we are creating active, this is in draft. Whatever we are creating, it is in draft. That is not active version. Okay, if that becomes active, I mean, it will throw a validation error. Like for email, we have seen, right? It is not in a correct format. Likewise, it will throw a validation error in red. Sorry, it is taking a long time. Okay, and there is the option for search term, right? I'll show you that. So in the search term, we can provide this, for example, publicly available sustainability report. Okay. We can give some search term. When you are searching for the supplier, I mean, it will ask you whatever search term is giving, you have given, you want to search within that filter. If you say yes, only within that search term, those suppliers will be visible here. Okay. Supplier request form original. Okay. Here in the content, if I go to this question, edit, okay, here is a search term. You can specify anything as you want. Okay. Environmental and social responsibility. Okay. If you provide this as a search term and in the search page for the supplier, it will show this option. You have to click on yes to find the supplier and without that also you will find. But if you specify the search term for all the suppliers, for all the suppliers registered with this search term, you will find them as what you call in a separate page. You want to search only suppliers with this search term, environmental and social responsibility. Okay, if that is the case, you can specify that search term here. Otherwise, this is not required.
Can you please tell me that how to add any section or including subsection in this form?
Yes, I will tell you. Okay, if you go here, click on add section in the content, say general information. So I have created a section for general information. Again, under that, you have to select this and click on question to come under this, or you can select the question from here. Okay, say name of the company, okay, and select the answer type however you want. So these are all the different answer types. Okay, for example, I'll show you one more thing. Now I am selecting text single line limited, okay, and clicking on done. This is one question. Then you are asking a question called which commodity you belong to. Okay, what commodity you supply? Commodity you supply is the question. Then we can give an option from our master data within Ariba and select the answer type as commodity. Okay, so when you do that, okay, when you see commodity you supply, there is a select option. This is from our master data, internal master data. Supplier can see this internally or externally. This, I mean, they can check this hierarchy and they can respond to it. For example, they are supplying all this. They can select this and answer this way.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, so this is supply request form. And once we go to summary and exit and return to project, when I go to click on overview, I go to click on actions and publish this. Okay, this is supply request new version has been published and is available for new projects. So if I go here, okay, create supplier request, okay, see whatever I have created by default, something else is created for this. That's why that is not supplier domestic. You can select whether the supplier is domestic supplier or not domestic supplier. So somebody has defaulted a template that is only coming every time when we are creating a supplier request form. Okay, similarly, we can check a template for supplier registration.
But how can we change the default? I can see that in that template there was some other template which is also active.
Yeah, active.
So
yes.
the sourcing project, if you see, is active. Is it on the top?
They are saying this is active now. We have made this one active. Now we have worked on it, and still this is not coming. Edit properties. So to make it new version,
usually there should be only one supplier request, as you were saying that
yes,
there should be only one supplier request template for Ariba, right?
Yes, that is true. But as you see, they have created so many here.
Yes, but at one time only one should be active, right?
Yes. Maybe two different things are active. We have to make them inactive and
here something is active. Supplier self-registration form.
Self-registration form. Let me check that.
So maybe we should make it inactive.
Yeah, I mean, first let me check what is the content in this. Then only we can make it inactive. If we are talking about the same, no, this is different. This is different form, view process. So there is one more active for the supply request form is active. Actually, in real time, that is not the case. In the real time, only one supply request only we can work. Since this is demo, right? I mean, so many people created so many request forms.
And within this one, why there is sourcing project on the top, which is active?
Yeah, that's what. I mean, this is. I mean, I'm saying no. This should not be the case in real time. Yeah,
there should be only one.
One, yeah. in the
Can you
supply
open the
request.
sourcing product which is saying project which is showing active on the top, the first one? What is the content of this?
Yeah, no, this is not the one. So it is very hard to find out which is the active one who created, because there are many templates created in this. That's
Why
why
it's allowing more than one to be active at least?
yeah, it should not allow. What they have done is, I mean, this is from some third party, so they are giving access. This is a self-registration form. This is
more than one is.
see, this is the one, I think, active template. Yeah, this is the one, correct. See, you see
Yes,
this?
this is the
Yeah, this is the one. So what we will do in this form, I will go to actions, make it new version. Okay, documents, edit for content, for legal name. There is vendor, there is no specification. I'll say for this vendor, I'll put this. And in the description, I'll write, do not use abbreviations for company legal name. Okay. So I hope this is the correct expressions for A to Z, right?
But they can use dot hyphen also, right?
This is just for test, like
Testing, yeah.
just for testing.
Okay. And for example,
For the testing, we can also try to change the prompt name, right? Supplier legal name, just for the testing purpose.
yeah. For example, you can specify this for the postal code. Postal code, there is no validation for this. Okay. Let's see, I mean, how it comes. First thing, okay, I have given description, right? Whatever description I have given, when I hover my screen on the supplier request form, it should be visible. And we should not be able to create, I mean, without letters.
On one thing here, Viraj, by search item, by saying that it creates a term, it creates a new page. So where, like, it will show differently or something, like, let's just put ABC as search term.
No, like this. See, whatever search term we provide, you see the screen, that here in the search field, it will come as this. For example, environmental and social responsibility. Okay. You can select only those suppliers under environmental and social responsibility here. If you select yes, and yeah, only those suppliers with that search term will come here. Okay. This actually comes for, beneficial when we are working on supplier registration. Because in the
okay,
supplier,
we'll see it at that time.
Yeah. Now I will click on done. Next, exit, return to project, overview, actions, publish. Okay, now this is published successfully. If I go to here and supplier request, so see if supplier is, whoever is creating this supplier request form, if they are not, doesn't know what to do, okay, I'll try to see. Please use only alphabets, number and special characters are not allowed. Okay. At the same time, it should show the description also.
Maybe on the what, there is a what sign, there is a this sign.
Yeah, this one, yes. Do not use abbreviations for company legal name. This wasn't there earlier. Now, after putting this description, it has come. So this is useful for people who don't know what this field is for. Okay, and template. Now we will see. That is about supplier request form. Now I will see supplier registration form. Registration form, when I go here also, there is supplier registration form. There are many registration forms. Okay, here, for example, here there is a supplier registration questionnaire and internal registration questionnaire. When we are working on internal registration questionnaire, after the supplier registration is completed, okay, if I go to the content, okay, I will go to the rules, for example. Here, internal registration questionnaire, it is the questionnaire type. And specify this questionnaire type as supplier profile. Okay. So we have seen external and internal. Supplier profile is nothing but whatever this questionnaire response, it will add to the supplier profile. I'll show you the content and you will understand. Okay. For example, see, these all codes, for example, which account group the supplier belong to, whether he is a PO vendor or non-PO vendor. Okay. And reason for blocking or unblocking. This is used only when we are blocking the supplier. Okay, and you have to give a reason, bankruptcy, bank listing, or inactivity or something. And this company code, whatever you see, it is also coming from SAP. There are two company codes. Okay, those are being used. If I go to SAP, I don't know if I can be able to log in. Okay, this codes, for example, all these account groups, company codes, account clerk, all these codes are coming from SAP only. So when we are creating this, we have to insert them within the brackets. Okay, within the brackets, SAP MM. If you ask the SAP MM team, they will give you the codes for non-PO vendor and the code for a PO vendor. Okay, you can keep it as a list of choices. Why this is important is like, I mean, see, now the supplier is registered. You want to map him to the supplier profile, with which company code or which purchasing organization he belongs to. That information anyways comes from SAP. But prior to that, I mean, within the supplier profile, I mean, internally, they will adding this information to the supplier. This is after the supplier registration. Okay, internally, some procurement guy will answer these questions, not the external team. Okay, these answers will add to the supplier profile of the supplier. Okay, I mean, this is not at all important. Okay, internal supplier registration is not important. Anyways, after the supplier is registered and integrated, the information from SAP, the partitioned info from SAP will flow back to Ariba. Okay, but still they want to have this in their supplier profile. They can create internal supplier registration form. Okay, this is especially created, I mean, answered only after the main supplier registration. Okay, this is the supplier registration questionnaire, and this is external. Okay, exclude from automatic registration. I'm saying no, or I mean, if you we can say it, we can say it as yes. I mean, it will be excluded from automatic registration. We cannot make it automatic registration. Always we have to click on invite and send it for registration. Okay, if we say no for this, I mean, once supplier request form is fully approved, automatic registration will go to the supplier.
So basically, these supplier profiles, if I talk about the accounts and these company codes, maybe these particular templates are sent to the payables team where they will fill it up and send it back, or how it is?
Yes, correct. After the registration is completed, so this accounts payable team, or whoever wants to link this supplier to particular company code or account group, they will have to do this. What is the supplier payment terms? I mean, whether he is a domestic supplier or a foreign supplier. See, for domestic supplier, we can actually select it as a domestic or foreign payable supplier. See, what difference it makes is, I mean, if he is a foreign supplier, there will be some withholding tax applied. If he is a domestic supplier, there is no withholding tax applied. Similarly, this is the code. I mean, whatever this 21150, this is for domestic supplier. Domestic supplier is recognized with this in SAP. A foreign supplier is recognized with this in SAP. Okay. Similarly, I mean, you can specify whether this is a PO vendor or a non-PO vendor, what language the supplier correspondence. All these things are related for supplier profiling. We'll go back to our supplier registration form. Okay, in the rules section, we will specify only these rules. Okay, 30 days, send reminders every 1 day or 0 day. We can send this periodically. Keep questionnaire.
Okay, and one question also came in my mind. Let's say this particular template, any template, it's let's say sent to some multiple persons, right? Maybe 2-3 persons.
Okay.
So how the system identify or merge the changes, or how it overwrite, like how is the system process these changes once they receive the response from the multiple members?
Multiple members in sense, I mean, you are sending a registration to multiple suppliers.
No, I'm talking about this supplier profile thing.
No,
That
supplier.
is the internal one, but that I can send to multiple persons, right, within the team. No.
No. You cannot. I mean, there is only one guy who is responsible. Who he will select what is. I mean, only team or individual. Okay? I mean, there can be a team, a person from a team, or an individual will submit it. Multiple persons, they cannot change it, right? I mean, only one person will define which company code or which purchase or the supplier belongs to. Okay, once supplier registration is approved, okay, supplier is registered. Before supplier is registered, before approval, there is a task pending which we have to mark it completed. Okay, you remember?
Can you go to the participants for the template, that supplier profile?
Participant will be blank.
So
See,
the
template, in template or in any template, participants will be blank. Only in the front end, we will, I mean, set the template, I mean, set the participant. I mean, moreover, for each supplier registration, single supplier, I mean, we are inviting, not multiple suppliers.
No, supplier. Supplier. It is okay. I was just thinking when we are sending internally in the team. So
wait, I'll show you what you have to do. I'll go back. This is the one. Okay, view supplier profile questionnaire. This is registration. Okay. After registration is done, okay. Once in registration completes. After that, complete internal registration questionnaire. Okay, this goes to only one person. Okay, he will click on this internal requisition and he will answer all these questions, not multiple people. He will answer all these questions. I mean, he can modify. Okay, when they modify, the version 1 will be here, then latest modified results will be here. Again, this will replace as version 2 and new version will be here. Otherwise, it is single person. If it is modified also, I mean, the latest answers will be this one, the latest version.
okay.
Okay, single response. I mean, whatever the latest response, that is a single response captured for supplier profile. Okay. So rules we have seen, only these rules are important. Okay. This questionnaire and external and exclude from automatic registration. This one is important. And when we are coming to this timing rules, keep questionnaire reopened indefinitely. Okay. Always it is opened because anytime there is an update, I mean, only for registration questionnaire, it is always open. Because anytime supplier want to update anything, he will update and again it will go for an approval and again that will add to the supplier registration summary. Okay. So if you see every time the supplier request form will be completed or other templates, other questionnaires will be shown as completed, but registration form will be always open. Anytime supplier intends to revise the response, he can go to his supplier registration page and he can click on revise the response and he can modify his answers. Okay. So for that reason, we have to select this, keep questionnaire reopened indefinitely. And if you want to send any reminders, and this is also not applicable actually, because there are no reminders required because since it is opened indefinitely, I mean, they can go and revise the response anytime they want. Okay. Initially, it is open for 30 days. During that time, maybe you can set reminder to register. But once it is registered, they can revise the response anytime.
So they can again resubmit the response?
Yes, yes.
So even after 30 days, they can open and resubmit the response?
Yeah. After 30 days, I mean, it is open indefinitely. You can again reopen it, okay? And again, they can revise the responses. When they revise the responses, again, it will come for approval. Okay, when it is approved, again in the system, the changes will be replicated. New changes will be replicated.
Okay.
Yeah. Like unlike other templates, supplier registration form should be open always, the registration questionnaire. And in the content, if you see, it is the same content, whatever we see in request form, but it will have an extended questionnaire. Okay, like the transactional, I mean, are you willing and able to provide electronic catalog content via Ariba network? Okay, I mean, transaction information, mail ID, PO email address, note language, PO email address note, remittance email address, okay, remittance address note. See, for example, for general communications, there will be a different person responsible. For remittance and payment information, some other person responsible from the supplier side. Those information they have to provide here. And this is contact details. I mean, this is very small. If you see, I mean, in the real time, the registration form will be of more. I mean, here you see only 3 sections. You might, in our registration form, it is about 17 sections. Okay. In the last, again, they will ask whatever you have entered in this registration form, you will agree and provide your consent. And I mean, it is all correct. All those things you will ask. I mean, you will accept our bidder agreement. I mean, they have to confirm yes. Okay. And along with this, there is something called repeatable questions. Okay. For example, there is a repeatable section here. Okay. When I say repeatable section, the questions will be repeated every time. For example, bank information, and click on OK. And here again, you will say add as a repeatable section, add bank details. Okay. And click on OK. And again, under this, you edit this and here add a question. Here you will say bank account number. Okay. And then you will say add question for account holder name. Okay. Now again, see there is bank account name, there is account holder name, bank region. Okay. You can drag and drop any of the questions within this folder name. When I'm adding, it is going from question Folder name. Okay. This will have question folder name. Add inside only. I'm saying required. Click on that. Okay. Next page it is going. Sorry. Okay. Account folder name. So these repeatable questions, how we can view them in the front end, I will show you. When I say bank account name for account details, see, this is add bank account. This is add bank account details. In the front end, how you can see this, I'll show you. Return to project.
We don't have a preview option here.
Because we have not added any supplier. No, if we add the supplier, we can act as supplier. I mean, preview option will be there. So for that reason, I'm going to act as the supplier.
Okay.
We have completed this registration long back. Okay, and the supplier is also registered. But you see, this is still open every time, supplier registration. So all others are completed. Okay. You can, for example, revise response. Okay. And see, these are called repeatable sections. If I go to bank information or contact details, only for bank information and contact details, you can use this repeatable sections. Okay, when I use this repeatable sections, okay, the supplier can see like this. He has added first bank account. To add second bank account, he can click add an additional bank account. And third bank, he can add one more. Fourth bank, he can add one more. Okay. If he has multiple bank accounts, accordingly, he will add all the bank accounts, and that will get all this bank information will get integrated to SAP. And he can set a primary bank account for every time for the accounts payable to make the payment and other things. In some case, see, they will provide all the multiple bank information. I mean, for some time they will say, I mean, this payment, send it to this bank account. Okay. And next time they will say, send payment to this bank account, make this as a primary bank for this time. So for the supplier to fill this information multiple times, this repeatable sections are created in the questionnaire. Understood? Okay. This can also be created for contact similarly. So the contact information, whatever we are giving, okay, first contact, maybe he is manager. I mean, you can contact him for this information, and this is one more manager, and you can add one more contact. So these are the repeatable sections. However, so these are the repeatable sections. These can be added for contacts and bank information only. Okay, this is used only in registration questionnaire. Okay, I'm stopping acting as the supplier. So if we can see the preview there, I mean, we can see, because if we have not added any supplier or participant, we cannot see the preview in the template. Any questions in these templates? Request form and supplier registration form. So the qualification and disqualification will be also in the same fashion. And there is a template for performance management. We have not touched on performance management. We will start performance management now.
We are creating the supplier request, like the information, maybe the buyer knows the information of the supplier, or like a supplier is requesting from somewhere and we are receiving the information, we are creating the supplier request form, right? We are initiating. Is there the way like it is a cloud version, and can we know like if I am interested in any like IT related supplier, like can I search and like who all the suppliers who are on the business network on this Ariba network, can I search them, and can I create a request form?
Yes. That is called Ariba Discovery. Okay. I mean, in Ariba Discovery, that is only possible to show you in production. See, if I click on this create, I mean, I'll go back. So supplier discovery, what happens? See, there will be a lot of suppliers in the network. Okay, all are in the cloud. Now this is SAP Business Network Discovery. Okay. If I click on this, you can post your requirement, and this will go to, based on your category, what you have selected, and the people who are the suppliers who belong to that category can see your posting. For that reason, we have supplier discovery, but this is not possible in test. See, it will say connectivity between Ariba Discovery and test site is not supported. For information about creating a test posting in Ariba Discovery, see the postings on Ariba Discovery chapter in Ariba Sourcing Event Development Guide. Okay, I mean, if it is a production, because all the suppliers live, so we can send the posting, and all the suppliers will respond to that posting. We can provide you this requirement. Then we can invite for add them into our this thing. Yeah, we can pull him into our network. Whoever is wishing to provide that requirement, we can pull him into that account. So that is very easy actually. They just have to add, because they are already registered and they are already have a different EAN ID, they just have to map that EAN ID to our supplier registration and answer only a small portion of our questions because they have answered all other questions. Maybe they have to sign our code of conduct and non-disclosure agreements. That's it. So same EAN ID, they can link it with different customers. Okay, that for that it is called as Ariba Discovery. Okay, now
Okay.
see, now we will talk something about the supplier performance management. Okay, so supplier performance, there is three things. One is a survey, one is KPIs, one is scorecard. Now that supplier is registered, okay, we have created a supplier request form and the supplier is registered, he is qualified, preferred, and we are carrying out the transactions with him. Okay, when we are carrying, like for employees, we have appraisal, performance appraisal. Likewise, we have to conduct supplier performance surveys for suppliers also. Okay, for this, so first we have to define our objectives. What is our primary objective? And measure those objectives, analyze and manage these suppliers. Why the supplier performance management is required? Because to have a long-term relationship with the supplier. Okay, we can the primary goals, what they say is, to improve quality, reduce cost, mitigate supplier risk, and to have a long-term relationship with the supplier. So this can be done with three things. These are the major three things required to carry out a supplier performance management survey. One is a SPM survey, normal survey with questions and KPIs and a scorecard. We first, you understand about key performance indicators, right? Every one of us as employees, we have key performance indicators based on our deliverables. What we deliver, are we meeting the SLAs? Okay. If you're in implementation, are you meeting the timelines, deadlines for implementation? Okay. All these things are the KPIs. The quality of work, all those things. See, for the supplier also, we have some parameters and this can be beyond these parameters. The common parameters, how we measure the supplier is based on his quality, service, on-time delivery, price and cost, quote accuracy, compliant, whether he's compliant, and his responsiveness. These are the common areas where we can measure the supplier performance. Okay. And after that, if you want to continue with the supplier, you can continue or you can discontinue with the supplier. Okay. For this, first thing is we have to create our KPIs. Okay. Then link them to the scorecards and create surveys and add these scorecards to the surveys. Okay. First, create KPIs in the template. In the template level, create KPI. Okay. Then add these KPIs in the scorecards. Add KPI in the scorecard and survey. Okay. We see this in the system. Okay. We have to work on different tasks here. Okay. There is, typically in any template, we will have these tasks. There is a phase which acts like a folder for this task. And under this phase, we can create a to-do task, notification task, review task, approval task, negotiation task. To-do task is basically your checklist. Okay, you will create a checklist. For example, once you have drafted your SPM survey, once you have created RFI questionnaire in sourcing, or you have set all the lots and line items in the auction. Okay, what you do is, yeah, this is completed. Mark it as completed. Okay, the first task is completed. Then I have drafted it and I have published it. This task is also completed. I have invited the participants. Okay, this task is also completed. You are making a checklist, and as and when you are completing that task, you are marking it as completed. That is a to-do task, to-do list. Notification task is you will create a notification and you want to notify somebody and you will send a notification task. Okay, review task, you want someone to review, you will create a review task. Here they will review and mark it as completed. Okay, they will receive a review task. For example, at a contract document, they will review everything. Everything is correct. Here the approval is not required. They will say it is reviewed or it is completed. So approval task is basically used for approvals. Okay, when you are creating approval task, you have to specify whether it is a parallel or serial approval or custom approval, and that whatever defined approval that will get triggered in the live session. Negotiation, this is used for contract. When you are negotiating with the supplier on contract legal terms, this task can be used. Okay, we will see this. So first thing is how to create a KPI. From manage, there is a sourcing library. So first, I will show you how to create a supplier performance management survey. Then we'll see how we can create a template for this. Okay. So as discussed, so we have to create a survey based on this key performance indicators. All of them or any of them, one or two, we can create a survey to measure the supplier performance. To create a supplier performance survey, go to create and click on the supplier performance management project and SPM Limited. Okay. And you can specify a supplier name. For example, I'm taking this company and say it is not a test project or a test project. And you can specify which commodity code you are doing it for. Select the department. Predecessor projects here it is not used. The predecessor project is used when you are creating RFP or an auction. Okay. What is predecessor project is like, for example, any auditor is coming. Okay. No supplier manager, sourcing manager just can create a sourcing events, auctions, anything by their own. Okay. There should be valid backup document for that. Okay. For example, they can say there was a sourcing request. Okay. That is the base why we are creating this sourcing auction or RFP. So if there is such a backup project, so they can specify that. They can select it from a sourcing library, or if you go to sourcing supplier library, okay, you can select the search. Okay. They can say this is a sourcing project created. That is for this reason. Somebody in the organization has created a supplier project, a sourcing project. For this reason, we are creating this RFP or auction or this performance management. Okay, this is only to show the audit why actually this is created without any base. Okay, if we select that project, all the other things like commodity regions and departments will populate from that project. Okay, and these are the basic fields we have to give in a supplier management project, and it will ask us to select a template. Which template? These are already created supplier performance management templates. From this, you can select any of the performance management templates and click on create, and you see the same wizard like a overview, a document. Under documents, you see two things. One is a survey, one is a scorecard. Okay, and there are tasks here. Okay, you see these are called to-do tasks. Okay, even in the template, I will create these tasks and show you. And this is approval task, and this is quarterly survey which we have to run. Okay, this is called a document task. I will show you this as well. See, as and when, for example, in the supplier performance execution plan, this is a phase. If you go to actions, you can click on phase, you can create a phase. Okay, under that phase, phase is like a folder which can contain these tasks. Okay, in the first phase, you are creating all to-do tasks. You are saying first prepare the supplier performance preparation. Once this is completed, once you have to mark it started. Once this is completed, you can mark it as complete. Again, then assign project team. Okay, you will go to the project team, assign the project team members, and this task is completed. If you first mark it as started, complete the activity and make it as completed. This is like a to-do list. Okay, these are the to-do tasks where once activity you start that activity, you mark it as start and you review the scorecard and everything, and come back and mark it as completed. And again, submit the supplier surveys and scorecard. You can mark it as started, submit the scorecard and surveys, and mark it as completed. Okay, and come to documents now. Go to SPM survey to submit this survey, and you name it as SPM survey. Okay, here also same timing rules. You open it for 30 minutes. Okay, all others, no, you can choose whether, sorry, this is bidding rules. Only this is applicable. Timing rules are applicable in this. And you can invite a participant. In this SPM survey, you can either invite a supplier or you can also invite internal persons who can measure the performance. Okay. Usually it is combination of both suppliers and internal users. Okay. They can, measure the performance. Okay. For example, I will invite a supplier here. Okay. I will go to the content. When I go to the content, I will see. So for this is the section and this is the question. Under delivery section, this is the answer. And here for this, there are these options: excellent, best, good, poor. Similarly, there is a section for quality. And the question they have asked is, how is the quality adherence? Okay. And again, the selections are excellent, best, good, poor. Okay. And you can keep this or you can delete this. And these are created outside the sections. I will delete them. Okay. When I come here, so these are the two questions we are asking for the performance management. And when I come here in the display, there is another option called scoring. Okay. This is the scoring section. Okay. And this is always weightage is for section. Okay. And importance is for the question. For example, the overall weightage for this, the project is 100. Okay. For each section, we can give 60, 40 or 50. I mean, based on the weightage, you can give that. For example, you see this quality section has least weightage, and you can say this is 20 and this is 80 also. Okay. And both have same importance, then you can say same weightage. Okay. And for example, here under this section, this question, there is only one question. Okay. If there are multiple questions, for example, you can specify 1 being the least and 10 being the highest importance. So importance is always for the question. Weightage is always for the section. We have put weightage, given weightage 50-50. And for this question, you can only give 10, because if there are other questions in this section, you can give this, this question 10 importance, other question 5 importance, that way. So similarly, we for this question, this section also 50 weightage, and this quality adherence, it is question importance 10. And this one you see pre-grade. Okay, the system will calculate this overall grade and target grade and everything. And you see this is a pre-grade. You can select it if you select it as no, you will don't see this. Okay, we can pre-grade the answers. Okay, if you want to pre-grade the answers, then you can select yes and say if whoever is the participant, they are selecting excellent. The grade is 100%. For best, it is 75%. The good, it is 25%. And for this, it is 50%. And for this, it is 25%. Okay. For similarly, you can pre-grade this question as well and click on next. Supplier that do not register, but this supplier is already registered. Oh, so we have revised the response, right? That's why again it is the registration status is not known. So we will keep next, make it next, and exit. You understood, right? Why it is saying registration is unknown? Because we tried to revise the response of this supplier. Okay, it was already approved. And when we go here now, view the supplier response, it is registered only. We try to revise the response and it is registered. Okay, so PM survey, edit participants, invite other participants. So what is your supplier name? ABC, right?
Yeah, ABC management.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, top.
Click on this supplier. I'll remove this supplier and go to content. Click on next. Supplier that do not. Why it is saying unknown? But it is already registered, but it is still showing as under. Okay. So we'll exit, create a saved version. From here in the overview, you can go to actions and add to your watched projects. Okay, when you say add to watched projects, you can go to the home screen, and in the home page you can go to your spanner and add the content. Already it is added. So watched projects, you see supplier performance management company project for TCS Limited and SPM survey for ABB Company Limited. Okay, if we have added all this, already added this style, every project we can go to the overview and add it to the watched projects, and you can view it in the home page of watched projects. For quick access, you can always go from here instead of searching for this project. And for this ABB Limited, we are not in this page. I will select one more company.
Can you check the qualification status, whether it is approved or not for the supplier? I think.
Yeah, it is. See, at least my supplier, the TCS Company Limited, it is registered. No, that is the template condition. This is registered and qualified. I am using the same thing. Okay, I will go to templates to change that. Okay, this one I have used in the documents. Survey for TCS, view details. In the overview, I have selected minimum supplier status for event participation is not invited. Okay, so I have not used this one. I will use this one and we will create. So in this case, it will not throw any error. STM project You can see management. Here I will select all this. Okay. Here I have selected this unknown template. So that's why it gave me error. I have created my template. I will show you. So for this, I have kept some condition only for Asia Pacific. It will work. Okay. See, I have selected Asia Pacific. This SMP template is there. So my template is there. I will show you how to keep that condition. I will create. Yes, create. And actions, add to watch it projects, and go to documents. Okay, go to this SPM survey, edit. Okay, here I will invite the participant directly. Okay, content, we have these two things, and if we edit the scoring, we'll see the same thing. Okay, and click on next, and now we have publish option. See, in that template, the minimum criteria they have mentioned is, I think, qualification, above qualification. That's why it was not allowing us to publish. Okay, in this template, whatever I have selected, I have selected minimum eligibility for participation. And this is not even the not invited also can participate. Okay, so publish and monitor this event. Okay, if you can see, I mean, this is TCS Company Limited, and I will act as the supplier now. So we have 29 minutes. I will go to administration.
I want to know this. So whenever this survey is submitted to the supplier,
Okay.
so it goes in the email, right?
Yes.
And as a hyperlink, is that correct?
Yes, correct. See,
Okay.
I'm just, I mean, instead of going that way, this link is went to me, and I have to click on this link, and I have to participate and come back. I have to log in. You give my username and password. Okay.
Okay.
And I
And
have to participate. I have taken a.
One more thing what I want to see, suppose let's say there are hundreds of questions are there and I'm just filling just partial questions first and want to save it as a draft.
Yeah, you can do that.
So whether that draft will be saved, and again if we will open that hyperlink, whether this filled information will be available to me or not?
Yeah, it will be available. Yes.
Okay. I just want to see. Yeah.
Yeah. As you have asked, typically what supplier will do, they will receive this notification. They have to click on this event, and I mean, they can participate and submit. They have to, enter their username, password. I have taken a shortcut, acted as a user, and came to this supplier. Okay. I see these two are completed, and this is open now. Okay. This survey is open. I will go here and I will respond as good, and for this also good. Okay. Submit entire response. Okay. Now stop. So that will be keep running until, the 30 minutes are passed. We can go to our watched projects. When we add them to watch projects, we can always go from watch projects. So this is our survey. Keep monitoring. It is still open. So we will not receive response. We will receive responses, but we cannot see this in the scorecard. Okay. What we will do is, we can, as administrator, I will have all these options. Okay. Can go and reduce the duration. Okay. 7 seconds. This will close. Okay. This is closed now. And if you go back to actions and click on this view project, we can go back to view project. And if you see the scorecard, open the scorecard. Okay, the responses have come. Okay, and you can publish this and say the performance period for this was from December 1st till, or as you can say, 3-month price. Okay, from November to January, and click on OK. Okay, this is also published. Okay, to do this, see, we have rolled out a survey, SPM survey, and supplier answered, and the same result is captured in the scorecard. Okay. So to create this in a template, first we have to create a KPI. To do that, go to Manage Sourcing Library. We'll try to replicate the same thing. Go to Actions and create a content document. Okay, we'll say SPM key performance indicators for ABC. Okay, and we click on Create. Okay, here you can add the KPIs. Okay, KPI can be quality section, and this as the main KPI, master KPI you will add, and click on Done. Okay, under this you will add one more KPI, quality adherence. Okay, so this, you see, the value type is percentage, and you can change it to money or some other decimal or whole number. I'll show you the importance of this. Visible to supplier is yes or no. KPI, it should not be visible to supplier. Always it is internal to us. Okay, we under this quality, we have created this quality adherence as KPI. One more KPI we can create, That was for customer service. This is a KPI. This is like a KPI section again. Okay, under this again, I will add a KPI question, customer service. Okay, and done. Okay, two are there. Now the KPIs are created. Click on done. Okay, this is SPM key performance indicators for ABC. And now you understood, right, how I created a KPIs. I went to sourcing library. I went to actions. First created the content document. Okay, SPM KPIs. Okay. After that, I clicked on create. Once I created the content document, under that I created a KPI section, okay, for quality, and click on done. And under this KPI section, I have added a KPI question, quality adherence. Okay. Now I will create it. I will go to templates, manage template. Here I will go to actions, create a template, and create a template for supplier performance management project. And click on OK. Here I will create a performance project, template. SPM project template for ABC company limited. Okay. Here I have to create a document. There are no documents here. I will create a scorecard. Okay. In this scorecard, I will name it as card ABC and then create. Okay. When I create this scorecard, it will ask me to add KPIs. Okay. We have already created the KPIs from sourcing library. And when we, I will click on add and click from the content from library. Okay, we have created this KPI. I am selecting and click on select. Okay. The KPIs we have created in the sourcing library, we have selected and we are copying it. Okay. Sorry, copy all this and copy. Okay, and in the scorecard, you see these are the weightages and scorecard you see. And again, in the scorecard, you can go to scoring. Okay. And you can specify this ideal from 1 to. For example, this quality adherence, okay, the ideal is 100%. The overall percentage for, scoring is 100%, but it can capture between 0 to 100%. Okay, for example, in the survey, if they have given, if they have selected good, it will select in between 0 to 100 as 50. If they have selected excellent, it will select as 100. Okay, it will capture 100 here. Okay. Those things, this ideal from 1 to, we have to keep it as 0 and 100 always. Okay. This scorecard is created. Once the scorecard is created, and from actions, we can create a survey. We can say SPM survey. Okay, create. Here I will create the same content. Okay, here only see. For one of the template, it was not allowing me because they have selected this minimum supplier status for event participation. They might have selected qualified. Supplier might be registered and it is not allowed. And here I am saying not invited. Not invited means even if he is not registered, we can, he is eligible to participate in this survey. Okay, this we have to specify 30 minutes and then we can reduce, and then, yeah, that's it. Okay, participants in the template level, we don't choose any participants. Content we have to build. Okay, in the content we say section, the same content here, and under this question, quality adherence, and here I will give list of choices, and here I say this is excellent, add, very good, add, good. This, because this is the cache, so already I have selected, no, this when I'm just entering here, it is giving options to me. So see, there is another option, I can copy like this, and in the edit, copy, and then you can paste them. Okay, here you can come and just change the edit and change the name, edit content. Okay, you can change it to customer service. This one you can change to customer service. So at this point only you can enable scoring, or in the project you can give this scoring. Okay, you will say 50 for this and 50 for this. Okay, if, question importance is 10, and for this also 10. If there are more questions, it will differ. And you can pre-grade them, for example, 100, 75, 50, and 25. Similarly, you can pre-grade this as well, 25. Click on next, and you don't publish in the template. You return to the project, and you can add tasks here. Okay, as I told you, there are different tasks. First is a phase. Okay, in the first phase, this you can say this is initial task. Okay, and in the initial task, you can add some to-do tasks here. Okay, To-do task is nothing but your checklist. You say creation of, okay, and one more task, publish survey, okay. And in one more phase, you will add here. You will say this is monitor phase, monitor. See, in the monitor, you will say, I will open this monitor. You will edit this phase, and you will specify if it is recurring. Okay, usually this performance appraisals or this management, it will be recurring, right? You can schedule first of every 6 months like that. Okay. I mean, in the same project, next time, I mean, again, you can come and click on recurrence and start recurrence. I mean, the new recurrence will appear. Okay. Instead of creating a new project. Okay. For this supplier in this project, any number of times you can keep on, I mean, adding the service. I mean, no need to create one more project. Every 6 months, you can come here. Okay. When you click on this, when you click on this, this start recurrence will be there. Once the survey is completed, after 6 months, you can come back and say start recurrence. Again, the survey will go to the supplier if you publish. In the same project, every 6 months, you can keep on adding the recurrences. Okay. In the monitor phase, you can add a approval task. So approval task is based on some document. So for this, for approval, say for approval for publish, you will add this. Okay. As we discussed, I mean, again, it can be serial, parallel, or custom. I am keeping this as parallel and adding this approver and click on OK. And when you come to task, if you add any task, okay, with reference to a document, the document is linked here. You have created this task
For
clicking on this
approval,
document.
one question for approval, we can directly just add a person, right? Is there a way we can put logic also, like some kind of logic into the approval?
Yeah, we can put that. Yes, I will show you that.
Okay.
Yeah. See, when you come to team tab, okay, you can edit these team members, okay, add a group, and you can specify this as STM manager or something. Okay, give him a role, sourcing, I mean, player manager. Okay, some manager you will select here and click on OK. And every time, I mean, the supplier manager who is responsible for this will approve it. Okay, there is one more thing I missed in supplier request template. I will show you that. Okay. And then once you have created this task, I mean, you can also create a conditions if you want based on the visibility. For example, only people of this commodity and region can view this template. Others should not view this template. You can make that condition. So you can add a condition stating for region one condition. You can state this as after there is an expression called all are true, or you can change the expression to any or true or none is true. Okay. And first this expression, then there is a field match. These are the fields within the project. Okay, like commodity, region, departments, all these things. Okay, let's say region, and the region, if it should be always equal to India. So India is not there. I will select APAC or United. Let's check what is there for United.
America will be region Asia.
Yeah. So I am selecting United Arab Emirates. Okay, this is the region and click on OK. I'll create one more condition, commodity, field match. Select commodity which is equal to, or you can specify which is not equal to, okay, or in this list. Okay, if you specify in this list, you can specify list of commodities. Okay, this way all this list will be applicable. Okay, we can delete this, add a field match commodity which is equal to, say, so we are selecting customer service every time, computer accessories. Okay, this one, I'll say computer accessories, click on OK. Now we have created two conditions, right? And in the overview, when you come here and there is a condition section, okay, you can add these two conditions. Also add any of the two selected or all of the two selected. So to view this template, so you can define here also the condition. You want both of the parameters should be satisfied, or any of the criteria satisfied is enough, or none of the criteria should not be satisfied. Other than this, if you select none of this, other than this commodity and region, people can view this. Okay, you say all of, for example, and I am clicking on actions and click on publish. Okay, now it is published. So our project name is SPM project template for this one. When I come here, create a supplier performance project, SPM for ABC, and I'm selecting ABC management. Commodity, I'm selecting some spare parts. Region, I'm selecting this one. Departments, marketing. Okay, our template is not there anywhere. ABC Management Limited. You see, this is the end of section. Okay, if I select commodity as computer accessories.
So our supplier was under all commodities, I think.
No. He was under computer accessories. No, supplier was under all commodities. But for template visibility, we have given commodity. They have to select his computer accessories. Okay. And then still it is not visible. We have selected a condition stating both should satisfy. We have to select the region also to be United Arab Emirates. Okay. Now if I see our template is visible. Okay. This type of conditions we can give at the template level. Understood. Here again we see the documents we have created and the tasks we have created from there. So it has come here and we can drag and drop this. Okay. And now, we have option to start recurrence. Okay, in the template, we don't see that start recurrence option. When we see the start recurrence, the recurrence will start. Okay, this is for March 2025. And again, after 6 months, one more recurrence will happen. Okay, that way. Again, we can go to SPM survey, edit this, and we will see the same content what we have created. Okay, scoring, and we can invite participant and send this survey to them. Okay. So I told I will show you something, right? 1 minute. There is something called buyer category assignments. When you are working on this supplier request form or any sourcing request form, anything, there is something called this buyer category assignments CSV file. Okay, this is called as user matrix file. Okay, in this user matrix file, this file is blank in this test system. That's why I wanted to show you this slide. So this CSV file will have what commodity, what region, and who is the user, what is its group. Commodity, region, username, group, and we will provide all other details like whether what password adapter it is. Okay, for all enterprise user, this is the default password. Password adapter 1 is the default password adapter code. Okay, and all regions are in abbreviations like USA, NA, Mexico. And you know what is UNSPC? UNSPC is United Nations Product Code. Okay, standard product code. Okay, each product code unlike in SAP, I don't know how it happens in Oracle. You generate, or you give a material range, and material get created within that range. The code is created within Oracle or SAP.
We give the starting code and the number. So like we're starting with MAT and then the number. So from there it will start the range.
Yeah. So in Ariba, we don't create any material codes. This all comes from, these are, for example, there is computer accessories. Universally, there is a code for that computer accessories. For example, for keyboard, there is a UNSPC code. If you Google UNSPC code for keyboard, you will find a UNSPC code. So all the commodities, whatever we see in Ariba, all are UNSPC. System will not create them. We can find the commodity code. Initially, whatever based on the UNSPC, all the commodity codes are uploaded. We will give range and system will take, user defined material codes. That is not possible in Ariba. Always a commodity code is recognized by UNSPC. Okay.
But if you want to add a new commodity, like, something which is not there in UNSPC, like
you cannot add. This is all UNSPC only in Ariba. But you can assign this to a material group from SAP. You can link this commodity code to your material in SAP. When you are, for example, when you are integrating, I will show you. I will take you through the master data. So if it is a standalone, only UNSPC will be used. Okay. If it is integration scenario, then if I say commodity, okay, there is the ERP commodity codes loaded. Okay, there are ERP commodity codes. From ERP, there are material codes, and there is a mapping between this ERP commodity to commodity mapping. If you see this file, this material, okay, this is UNSPC code and UNSPC common ID for this material, and this is a material group linked from SAP. Okay, and when I say item category, there are only two item categories. whether it is a material or it is a service. And there is account type for each. I mean,
just to be clear. So material group, which will be in the SAP ERP, that will be linked to a specific commodity
Correct.
code, which will be Ariba, which
Yes,
will be in Ariba, right?
correct.
So it
Correct.
will be one-to-one mapping kind of thing.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So
And
only we have showing UNSPC, but there will be multiple commodity code within UNS. This is like the type of the commodity code, right?
yes, yes, correct.
UNSPC.
Correct. So always see the common ID for all of this is UNSPC only. I think SPSC is also there. I mean, United Nations Standard Product Code or something is there, UNSPC full form, or sometimes SPSC will be there, Standard Product. I mean, they will remove UN also. I mean, most of the time I have seen UNSPC only. And in this commodity export, map export, semi-file it is called as. Okay, in this file you see each commodity is linked to the account type, material group, and whether what company code, okay, and then the currency, deliver to, bill to, okay, and general ledger, okay. What does this mean? The general ledger and whether it is a material or service, whether it is expense or capital. When you are creating a PR, okay, using this UNSPC code, material, commodity code, all this will be automatically displayed. Okay, you can use only for expenses. Sometimes if it is this commodity is mapped to expense category, you cannot use it for other account type. If it is only for services, you cannot use it for material or something like that. Okay, and by default, I mean the general ledger will be displayed. Default, I mean you can default few things like general ledger, account item category, account type from the material code.
Here everything is from what I understand, I'm getting slightly confused here. Like UNSPSC is a type of commodity classification by US. But what is the classification? What is the classification of the commodity? That I can't see anywhere in this list, like which is mapped. This is the type of the classification, right? UNSPSC.
No. Irrespective of whatever the type it is, the common recognition of any ID, a commodity code in Ariba is UNSPC only. Okay. For example, this is what item, I mean, for example, you mention any item, UNSPC for monitor. Okay, this ID only used in Ariba.
So where is this ID in the mapping? Like which field is there? 4321190. Where is that in that particular?
Common ID. This one.
Okay. This is okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking. I thought this will be some kind of a bit descriptive, but it's just a code.
Yeah, no, this is test system. No, see how jumbled it is. Nobody created it properly. In real time,
Yes.
I mean, you have to prepare it correctly. You have to give correct general ledger account asset class. If it is belong to asset, you have to give correct asset class. You have to give whether you have to use this commodity for service or material.
This particular thing in case we are not using SAP, correct?
No. If you are not using SAP, you will not fill this material group only. Otherwise, irrespective of whatever it is, you will use all these things.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, even if you are not integrated, if it is integrated, you will fill this material group. If it is not integrated, also you can have all these other things. Okay, company code. All
so this GL classification, everything will be happening on this commodity level, right? But
yes.
What I am trying to understand here that we are having GL class, asset class, and all those things. Usually, when we are purchasing anything, we have this accounting details, right? So let's assume there is a non-catalog purchase or even catalog purchase. It can be for the different account codes, right?
Yeah, we can change. It will get defaulted from this, but we can change in the PR. For example, see.
Okay.
Yeah, we can change. When we are creating a PR, we can change it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this will just go as a default, right?
Defaulted. It will get defaulted.
The same way we do in our side also, like in the item classifications and all.
Yeah.
We have these details. This gets defaulted, but you can change it.
Yes. Okay. See, I was talking about this one. Okay. Buyer category assignments. Okay. How this file is useful. So I was telling this and came to the UNSPC. So here in this file, commodity code domain always remains UNSPC. You have to give the commodity code, region abbreviation, business unit, name of the person who is responsible for this commodity code region, and what is his group. Okay, understood? I mean, commodity code domain, commodity code region, the user and his group. Okay. This one, you load this file, okay, in the admin section in the upstream.
So this buyer category assignment, what does it define? Like if something that buyer can only purchase for that particular category or something like that?
No, it will give you a user matrix. I'll show you what I'm saying.
Okay.
Assignment. Okay.
Maybe the PO created for these particular categories automatically assigned to these buyer side.
No. This is used for approvals. Okay. See, this is export commodity and region user assignments. Okay. And if I export this, nothing is there in this to show. But I mean, I can export this. Okay, this will come as buyer account assignment. Here you will give what is the commodity codes, different commodity codes, what is the domain region, who is the user, what is his group, what is his password adapter. Okay, for all the users, you will give this list, whoever you want the approver to be. And if you go to manage templates, so if you want to have approval based on the region or commodity, you can specify that. I'll show you now. Going back to templates, it is taking time. Yeah, we are in template. Okay, I will go to supplier management template. Yeah, for example, supplier registration template open. And this is one template. Okay, this is in draft, right? I will go to the teams. Okay, here we have added different groups. Okay, I will in the different groups, we have added members who is part of that group. But I will edit this and add a new group. Okay. I will say supplier manager. Okay. And select this. Use commodity and region assignments. Okay. And I will say the role I will say is supplier manager. Select some manager. And so whenever there is approval and the supplier manager has to approve it, okay, and since we are linking the supplier manager to this user commodity and region file, I mean, when it goes to approval, that, I mean, the user who belongs to that commodity and region will come in the approval flow. Okay, that is the use of this use commodity and region assignment. So somebody asked this question now, how can we define in the user matrix?
So sorry, I just missed. Can you from where it came?
Yeah. So there are different teams already. Okay, you can go to
Yes.
edit your team, add a new group. When you add a new group, specify this to yes.
Okay.
Okay, and mention, for example, commodity manager 2. Already commodity manager is there. So I am giving a role, taking commodity code manager, and click on OK. So here, for this commodity code manager, okay, if the supplier created, where is it? Supplier created, so supplier request belong to this commodity code. This supplier, T Smith will come in the approval flow. Okay, if he is a category manager, G Barretto will come in the approval. So because here, when you are creating a group for this commodity manager, you are linking this user assignment, what we discussed. So after supplier has been registered, the next process, I mean, if the customer has bought sourcing module, is like creation of sourcing request. Sourcing also starts with sourcing request followed by a sourcing project. Like, I mean, a supplier request. In the sourcing request also, I mean, there is a requirement. Okay, there is a procurement team. Okay, and they have a requirement to purchase. And first they will raise a sourcing request. Okay. Once the request is defined and it is approved, I mean, the sourcing project can be created. And most of the cases, they will not create a sourcing request. They will directly create a sourcing project because they will add that document, the requirement document, in the sourcing project documents tab.
But this sourcing request also may be in kind of result of some kind of requirement from some other departments, or maybe some new project is coming.
Yeah, that's what requirement. It is for requirement you capture in the sourcing request. Whatever is the requirement.
No, but it should be based on whether this sourcing request is pointing to this particular purchase request or maybe some project.
No. The initial step before sourcing project is a sourcing request, or directly they can create a sourcing project. See, I will tell you. See, now, as I told you, there is a requirement, okay, and there is a separate sourcing team who will create RFIs and RFPs, okay. So, what procurement team does, so they will create a sourcing request, and based on this sourcing request, the sourcing team, they will create a sourcing project and events in RFI, RFP, all those things within the sourcing project. This is just like the requirement request for sourcing. There is a requirement, the procurement team has to require something, and they will just create a sourcing request. Okay. So you know why the sourcing is done? Basically, to do the negotiations on the prices, okay? To identify and qualify suppliers, negotiate best value agreements, derive optimal award allocations, drive project collaborations, okay? Manage the knowledge and everything. Okay, the end of the day, they want to achieve the savings. This is about product sourcing. So this is creation of a sourcing. I mean, I will show you sourcing request first. Create a sourcing request. This will also have a template in the backend, sourcing request template. Okay. Okay. I'll say no, region, department, baseline spend. Okay. So what is, I mean, this is very important, this thing to know. I mean, once this sourcing request is created, they will say the baseline spend for this is some 50 million, for example. So, and the target savings they want to achieve out of it is 20%. Okay. So they are saying our spend for this requirement is some 50 million. I'll put more zeros, I think. Okay, $50 million USC. And I want to achieve 20% savings out of this. Okay. And what is the project region? You are asking for a new requirement, or there is already a supplier who is providing this and you are not happy with him, or you want to do a contract renewal with him, or a market research, or meeting a savings goal. Okay. You can accordingly choose what is the project reason you are creating this, and specify for which commodity you are doing the sourcing activity. See, whatever fields you are seeing here, okay, these are all standard fields. During implementation, if you want to add any purchase or company code like the custom fields, you can request SAP Ariba and during implementation workshops, and they will enable those custom fields here. I will show you that. So now this is a single, I mean, first project. There is no predecessor project before this, and we have to select this execution strategy. So what is the multi-level RFI you are going to do, or you want to go with a reverse auction, or you want to go with multi-stage event, RFI, RFP followed by auction. Okay, at this case, you will say multi-stage event, and also you have to select a commodity and select some template, sourcing request template, and create a sourcing request. So here, this is only a repository. I mean, in the sourcing request, you can add a document. See, for example, this is not an event. This is a Excel for requirement. In the sourcing request, you will not have any RFI, RFP. You are just giving what is the requirement. Like you want to procure all these things. Okay, two-wheeler, I mean, all these things you want to procure. You have mentioned in a normal Excel sheet and loaded it in this documents. How to load this document? You can go to option actions and upload a document. Okay. And the Excel can be loaded here with this requirement. Okay. And once this is, I mean, this project is okay. I mean, you can add a sourcing project in this. Whoever receives this sourcing request, they will see what is the requirement. Okay. And then they will add a sub project here. This sub project can be your sourcing project. Okay. If there is no sourcing request created, directly you can go to home page, create, you can select create sourcing project. Okay, this is the sourcing project. Okay, under sourcing project there are two types. Okay, there is a full project and a quick project. Full project is like a sequence. Okay, you should start with you can start with an RFI. You can create multiple events. For example, you can start with an RFI followed by an RFP or an auction, or not. I mean, if the information is already there, you will not go for information. You will just create multiple RFPs, okay, and then create an auction, okay, in the full project. But in a quick project, it is you can create only single event, okay. Either see, quick project when they will do is like see, there is a requirement and they don't have time. Okay, they say in next 2 days I want the quotes. In that case, they will immediately create a single RFP. They want to go a single auction. They will create a quick project. That is a quick. I mean, 1 or 2 days they want quotes from the supplier. In that case, they will create a quick project. In quick project, only one event can be created, not multiple events. Full project, it is a full cycle. I mean, you can create a full cycle or multiple events. You can choose full project. Okay, first we will create a full project and see, and next we will create a quick project. In full project, I mean, you can specify whether it is a test project or not. I will say it is a test, and then it is all populated from your sourcing request. Okay, project region, new requirement. Here, execution strategy, you can say multiple stage event. First RFI, RFP, and then auction. Okay, so here you are giving whoever is the watchers in this project, the anticipated contract effective date. For example, you are inviting so many users, okay, and in the team tab, you are saying by end of April 30th, we want to start the contract. Okay, this is a notification to everyone. So everyone will work on this timeline. So they will try to get all the bids from everyone. They will do the analysis and start the contract negotiation and sign it before this date. Okay. So this is, I mean, keynote to everyone. I mean, we have to complete this sourcing activity by sourcing and contract activity by 30th April. Okay. And here, if you want to integrate this with the external system, there is no integration. If it is a standalone, this is not required. If you are integrating, then you have to select you are integrating with S4HANA. Then it will ask what is the company code in S4 purchase org in S4HANA, purchase group there. All those things you have to enter. For now, we will see without integration. Let it be. Here, when we have created this, here also these are all standard fields coming from Ariba. They have given all these standard fields. If you want any additional fields during implementation, custom fields, you can request during implementation and SAP will create that custom fields. Okay. And if you have created, I mean, you can give a description of this. Okay. What is the sourcing project about? Okay. I will give to identify this. Okay. What is this sourcing project for? What is the description? And then previously, if you have created any event, you can copy from that event. Okay. Then you can select the template or you can select this template or whatever template you want to create. If you are selecting this template, this is a guided sourcing template. So you heard about guided buying, guided sourcing, guided buying, guided sourcing?
No.
Okay. So guided buying is extended UI, user interface for buying and invoicing. Okay. Similarly, for sourcing activity, extended UI for the sourcing is guided sourcing. Okay. So you want to use the guided sourcing template, it is asking. So first we will see the classic sourcing, then we will switch to the guided sourcing. This classic sourcing, I will select this template and create. So this will also be similar. Okay, document. So now see there is RFI already there in the and further if you want to create anything after finishing RFI, then you can come to actions and create an event. Okay. For surveys, we have created survey. For event, RFI, RFP auction, it is an event. Okay. And when we are working on sourcing request, we have created a sourcing project using sub-project. Okay. If it is a standalone, I mean, without sourcing request, you are directly creating a sourcing project, then you can come here, sourcing, create a sourcing project instead of going with sourcing request. I see 90% of the companies, they will not use sourcing request. They will directly create a sourcing project.
Suppose, let's say, department needs some items, okay, to purchase, and they have created a requisition.
Okay.
And now they want to create this RFI, RFP. Is there any way in Ariba to convert this requisition into project?
Yes, it is there. So I will create a requisition. Wait, I have to go to change for that. Okay. See, this enable collaboration is there. Okay. First, we are creating a non-catalog item. Will create a test for ABC management. Okay. I'm creating a PR now. Don't confuse. I mean, I'm selecting this commodity and material group and account type. Account type is not populated. Maybe I select a different commodity. Yeah. Account type. See, for some materials, we saw that in that file now, there is no account type set. So when we selected this material group, there is a cost center. Okay, see multiple cost center they have created. So a cost center is there. And item category, we can use either material or service. Okay, I'll say material. So price you can provide here, stating some 500 USD dollar. And you can select the supplier. Okay, our suppliers are not there because partition is not set now. They will not come to downstream. See now I am enable collaboration. We have created a PR and I'm clicking on enable collaboration. Okay, when we click on enable collaboration, it is asking invite. So at the PR stage, okay, when we click on enable collaboration, it is go to the sourcing activity. Understood? Okay, here you have to add new supplier, one more supplier, add one more supplier, click on OK. Okay, bidding type you have to select, okay, new.
But one thing, normally a PR is created by the departments.
Yes, correct.
They will be having this option to invite suppliers from their side?
Yeah, Yeah, we have to guide them. Yes, of course. So if at the PR point of view, they don't have any suppliers. Yeah, good question. See, like they will enable this collaboration and add to cart and proceed to checkout. Okay. Now, see, if they have not added the collaboration and in the show approval flow, okay, it's asking so many things are not there. Okay. A, B, C.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP Ariba Upstream, which module is specifically designed for managing supplier information and performance? Option A, Ariba Contracts. Option B, Ariba Sourcing. Option C, Ariba Supplier Lifecycle and Performance. Option D, Ariba Spend Analysis. Take a moment to think, and when you are ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck, type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S4 HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S4 HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
And the need by date as 22nd. Okay. And issue Bintu is not set very details. So this I have to, so to proceed with PR, first we have to work on this master data. Okay. What happens is, see, when we are creating a PR in the approval flow, first preparer will submit the requisition and he will add in the approval flow someone from sourcing team. Okay. That person can add the lines and start the collaboration. Okay, let me see that. Okay, for example, I am creating one. We are not able to add any requisitions. Click on search. So this shows ordered. This is on 31st Jan. Okay, I will take this PR, copy this. Okay, and we can see real contact has been deleted. So some master data is missing. See, again, when I edit here, there is collaborate with suppliers for items. Okay, if you don't have supplier for this, you can always select yes for this collaboration. Okay, and if you want to change, if this supplier is not there, you can change the invite more suppliers to respond to this line item. Okay, there is option, collaboration option from the PR to invite the suppliers.
Whereas what I would suggest that if you can take a note of this, because in our company that is a very regular scenario.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so later on, whenever you have gone
when
through
we are
it,
working, when we are working on PR, right? So that time we'll discuss about collaboration also.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. By the time I'll set all the master data required for PR. Okay. And now we have created a sourcing. Okay. Sourcing project. So this one sourcing request is here. Okay. Under that we have created a sourcing project. Open. Under this there is a RFI. Okay. Similarly, you can create a task you want. Okay. Initial task. Okay. Here you can add a to-do task stating requirement gathering. Okay. Then one more task, you can say create RFI, like publish RFI. And for approval also, you can add approval task. Okay. And from the documents, you can go to this RFI and ask for approval for award. And you can add to-do task for this. Okay. I mean, RFI stage we are not awarding, so this is not required. I will open this now, edit this RFI. Okay. So this is guided sourcing. This is not a classic architecture. Okay. So the UI they have changed. Okay. Earlier this UI was not there. Now this is a new UI. Okay. You can give a name of this. I mean, this is RFI and the description is RFI. And you can mention all this. I mean, this is all coming from the project. Okay. And click on create. So the thing is, difference between this classic sourcing project and guided sourcing project is, I mean, like we have rules sections. I mean, the participants the teams, everything in different tabs, no? But in guided sourcing, all will be in one page. That is the major difference. You can see everything, I mean, all in one page.
Okay.
I mean, the limitation for guided sourcing, it is very slow. Okay, I will create a sourcing project with a template which is not test sourcing project. Okay, click on no. Okay, we'll fill all the mandatory fields and select a template. There will be a, okay, I will select this template for now. Create documents. So there is a RFI event, edit. Okay, yeah. So here, when I click on this RFI event for, you have to mention ABC Management Limited. I mean, we have not selected at this point of, we will say for laptops. Again, you will see all the same things, whatever we have seen there, I mean, in the surveys or everything. So you will see the same thing. You can give a duration for 30 minutes. Okay. So here you can give allow participant to submit bits by email. If you select this as is, I mean, they can send submit the bits by email. This is also applicable for RFP, not here. Allow participant to select bidding currency. This is also for RFP. I will explain that. So if you select this option as yes, okay, and you are rolling out an RFP in USD, and you are allowing the participant to bid in their own currency. If you say no, they have to calculate how much it is in USD and they have to quote. Otherwise, you are allowing it to quote in their own currency. And when you specify this, there is another question which says show currency exchange rates to the participants. Okay, there is again for currency conversion rates, there is again a file for this. For example, the CSV file you have to load for currency conversion rates. So that will be keep changing every day or every month. Okay, whoever is the admin responsible for loading the currency rates, they have to check with the treasury team what are the currency exchange rates and upload it in a currency conversion rate CSV file. Okay, and for this you can invite suppliers. You can invite hundreds of suppliers in the RFI. Okay, I am inviting suppliers, for example, PCS. I will remove this. Okay, and then ABC management. For now, I have selected 2 participants, and you have to create a content. The content is all coming from the template. They have created this content from the template. Okay, they are asking, this is RFI means this is about the basic information. Okay, once you access the project, please review the event details. You can click on all content and all those things. And event information. Okay, so every time when you are rolling out an RFI or RFP, you have to give this notification. Okay, there is a add requirement tab. Okay, in the requirement tab, okay, you can give the requirement. For this, timeline for submission, okay, by 10th of Jan 2025. Okay, use only USD currency. Okay, don't use more than 2 decimals. All this information, this is when you select add requirement, this all sit as a requirement only. Okay, no need response for all this. See, if you act as participant, this is only requirement, no response required. Okay, I will remove this. I will add section for general information, for example. Under this, I can add question stating, do you accept? Wait, first not this. I will add a section called name of your company, and then I will add question like, do you accept 60 days payment? I showed you this visibility conditions, no? Yes or not? Did I show you visibility condition?
Yes, you showed yesterday. Yes.
Okay. So like this, you can add a visibility condition to this. Okay, any number of, questions in the RFI you can add and click on next. Suppliers, this supplier, why only one supplier is there? Invite another supplier. Yes.
One question, this event is totally similar to survey also we did, right?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is the key difference? Any key difference?
In the supply request form, it is about the company and everything. Now in the RFI, you are asking about the product.
Yeah, I know that
Yeah.
what we are asking, but only I'm thinking in terms of technical process wise, it looks totally same. Like
Same. Yes, it is same. But
Okay.
only thing is the selection is an event. There it is a survey. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. It is same. Okay. And I will select some random supplier. Okay. I will select this and I say okay. Okay. Now I will exit this. I will not publish. I'll give away. I'm going to project. Okay, in the team tab, okay, since we don't know who is the supplier, we can opt for surrogate bidding. By the name, you know, surrogacy means you are doing something on behalf of someone. Okay, so you can keep a surrogate bidding a role, and to this role, you assign a role called surrogate bidder. See, now in the system for practice, if you don't know the supplier, okay, you don't know the supplier, but you have to participate on behalf of him. So you by giving surrogate bidding option, you can do that. So, buyer can participate on behalf of supplier. That is the funda. Why this is not it's not getting selected. Yes. Otherwise, you click on OK, go to professor, and here from the customer admin, go to user manager, groups, surrogate. They have removed this option. Yes. Groups had removed. It is not there. They have removed this group now. So we
But this
have
should be a
to-
standard role, right, Viraj?
yeah, correct. Otherwise, we have to go to template. From project also it was possible. So I think they have made it from template level. Okay, any sourcing template we will take. Sourcing project for think large. Open. Okay, in this go to teams, go to edit team members, group, project. It's not getting happen. Otherwise, cancel this, edit this project owner and give him surrogate permission. So we'll continue what we are doing. Otherwise, I will ask only ABC to respond to this. So,
This one you are doing so that the buyer can themselves respond to the RFP, right?
yes. Sourcing. Okay. This one we are creating RFI for laptops. It is in draft status now. Okay. I have invited 2 suppliers. Go to content. Next, event allows suppliers to select the currency. Select an exchange rate. Okay. In the rules, we have set this information. I'll set it to no and come to summary and then submit. View details of this event. Event submitted for approval if you see. Okay. See the time is not running. When it is pending for publish no, always you see it is pending for publish approval. Otherwise, there will be a publish option. Instead of submit option, you will see a publish option. But for some events, what in the template level, what they will do is even for the publish, they require approval. In that case, initially we'll see a submit option, and again, if we go to a view project, I mean the approver will receive an approval for publishing RFI edit task. It is to send it to me only. And click on OK. I go to documents, task flow. So in the approval flow, there is a sourcing manager. Okay, sourcing manager, this guy is a sourcing manager. To approve it. If I go to him, manage, core admin, users, user ID, search. So this one, I'm acting as this user. Okay, see this. So this is the page. Okay, and if I go to manage, Himanshu Motor for laptop, sourcing request for Himanshu, sourcing request approval, pending selection completed. To do task, my task. RFI for laptops. RFP for laptop settings. So usually, I mean, whoever is the approver, he will receive a notification and he can view the notification and he can approve it. I'm not able to do. Searching for a sourcing. Here I will select all RFI for laptop. This is project show. Okay, here in the sourcing project, sourcing manager, I will add myself also. Click OK. And now if I go to task, I will go to the documents, RFI documents, and click on now monitor option is there. When I click on monitor, after approval, it got approved and the time is running now. You see any notification received for this RFI?
Let me see.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. RFI event for laptops.
So I can view as participant, but I cannot take action. Maybe I can take action. Let's see. Name of the company, Shiva, this one is yes.
Shall I respond from my
Yes.
Okay.
I will also act as supplier and respond to this. So, fine. So last 2 are the answers you have to respond. Before whatever you see, that is all the information for information only.
You mentioned surrogate bidding. So what is the impact on this?
See, if surrogate bidding works right, it is not working in this. Surrogate bidding works. I mean, when I click on the participant, there will a surrogate bidding option will come. Okay. When I select the supplier and click on surrogate bidding option, it is same as like this, acting as supplier. Okay. I can come, I mean, it will directly take me through this page and I can open this event and respond as supplier. Okay. This is very important. Okay, where for any event, first you have to click on this review prerequisite for RFI, RFP or auction. This will be there. So before you are responding to any event, first you have to accept the bidder agreement. You have to say, I accept the terms and conditions of this agreement and click on OK. I mean the supplier. Supplier has to accept the terms and conditions. Okay. And then here he can come to introduction and other pages. And here in RFP, there are no lots and line items. Otherwise, you will have option to select lot and line items. We can see that when we are working on that. And here I'm saying yes. And click on submit entire response. Okay, stop. And within this period, you can revise your response anytime. Okay, I am stopping.
Okay, but here my question is, suppose if you have selected surrogate bidding, whether it will still allow supplier to submit the response from their side, or only buyer will be allowed?
No, if surrogate, no, both can do it.
For surrogate.
So if I am doing, he cannot do it, right? Okay, it is a compliance issue. See, for example, when surrogate bidding is allowed, your supplier is not in a position to understand. For example, he's a scrap dealer. Okay, you want to, for example, it is a forward auction. Okay, forward auction means you for sales, right? Especially it is for sales, year-end sales. For that, you are running a RFI asking, the information from a scrap owner. Maybe some scrap owners are educated, some scrap owners, they doesn't know what is Ariba. Okay. In that case, so supplier can say, I will give you information in some Excel or something. You will participate on that. I don't know what is the Ariba and all. Okay. In that case, here when we opt for surrogate bidding, here one more icon will come as surrogate bidding. I will select that supplier and click on surrogate bidding. It will take me to the supplier page. Okay, this is only when supplier allows you to participate on behalf of me.
Okay. So you mean to say in surrogate bidding, both supplier and internal team can enter the quotation?
No.
Right?
Only internal, both can enter, but only the buyer should enter.
Buyer?
Buyer should enter.
Yeah, correct. So
Yeah,
buyer will be having the access of this.
Yeah, correct. Now
But now in this case, it is asking me supplier login. Actually, earlier I was just able to directly submit.
You know the supplier username and password?
No, I don't.
Oh well, anyways, we will see that. Otherwise I will act as the supplier also and submit the response contact.
So can we create this supplier login for the supplier or no?
You can create. If you remember, you are when you are registering, it asked for username and password. No, you don't remember?
I don't remember. It asked me the name.
Maybe if you get time, each of you create one supplier. Create a sourcing supplier request, okay, and supplier registration, and create one supplier. So that will be very useful when we are doing RFPs. Can you do that activity?
Sure.
So, yeah, supplier request, and then followed by invite yourself and register yourself with correct username and password. Give some company name to yourself, and with that we can use for when we are creating some RFI or RFP. Okay.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, that will be helpful. So any events, as I told you, if we go to RFI or RFP or auction, first thing the supplier has to do when entering into the event, he has to click on this review prerequisite, followed by he has to accept the bidder agreement and click on OK, and again OK. So if you don't submit entire response, if you don't click on the submit entire response will not be received. Okay, and then I stop this acting as this.
So with this bidding, we can also send some kind of attachment that supplier can see and refer.
Oh yeah, why not? Yes. See, for example, I will edit the same thing, edit the document. Okay, still we have 20 more minutes, right? Content, okay, add a question, okay, stating, you can ask, please sign the attached.
No, I am not asking this. I am asking like once we are sending an email, so with that, I want to send some kind of attachments. To the supplier.
During in this requirement you are saying, or add a requirement and attach something?
No, I am saying the supplier is receiving one email, right, where you are giving the response, bidding response. So in that, I want one from our side, right? So that supplier can refer it or some kind of attachment, any attachment.
No. There we cannot send it, but I will show you something. 1 minute. Okay. After After they started,
yeah. Yeah. Also, we can ask for attachment like trade license or maybe something like that.
Yes, we can ask. I was showing you that.
Yeah, that was okay. I think we need to create one.
See, in the messages you see here, okay, in the messages, after it is published, you can always compose a message, okay, to all participants, or you can select, send it to a selected participant.
I was asking that one. Yeah. So here we have the option to attach.
Yeah. So attach a file and send him.
Yes.
Choose a file and send him So during this course, when the time is running, you can ask any question, send attachment, okay, and they also can do the same thing. Supplier also have option to compose message and reply to your email. This is in this wizard, okay, messages. Here you have for this message you can compose a message, okay. This is from, I think, system. That's why we don't have response option. If we have a compose message and supplier has responded to you anything, for that again you can reply. Click on reply. We will see that, okay. When you keep at least 2-3 IDs ready for, okay, so that we can use them, and you can also participate. Remember your usernames and passwords, okay, and click on content, exit, return to project. Now this is still open. This I will tell you what I'm doing. So in between I have changed something, no, so that's why it is asking to update the published event. When the published event is running, in between I try to edit. So this time remaining is there. I will reduce the timing to 17 and click on OK. You see, after the time lapsed, nobody can respond, and the status will change to pending selection. If you refresh this by going to some other tab and doing pending selection. After pending selection, you can come to the content to see what both of them responded for these questions. Okay. This is a test we have created. In general, there will be hundreds of questions. For all these answers will be there. And there is option for report. Under report, there is a questions and terms report. Okay, for RFI, you can use this. Similarly, for other, if it is RFP, there is a bid report under this. Okay, bid summary report. Okay, all this bid comparison report. You can download all this and send it to the stakeholders. Okay, you are running RFI. Somebody asked you to run a RFI for this requirement. You have run that, and you can send this, download this, and send it to the people. Who asked you to create this event. Okay, these are the responses from this supplier. This is the answer, and from this supplier, this is the answer. Okay, accordingly, they will evaluate all this. Whoever is a stakeholder, they will evaluate and shortlist the suppliers for next round. Okay, and this is the log which tells you what all happened on this event. And this scenario and award we will see when we are awarding the supplier. In the RFI stage, we will not award the supplier. We only in RFP or auction, we can award the supplier. Okay. During that time, we have to first create a scenario and then give an award to the supplier. Now, once the time is lapsed, you see the status as pending selection, which means it is pending for selection. You have to select the supplier. Once you select and awarded it, the status will change to completed. Okay. So again, when we go to actions and view project, now this RFI is in pending status. Now next round is RFP. We will see RFP and reverse auction. So I will just explain you what is RFP, what is the requirement in RFP. Like click on OK. So these bidding rules are required in RFP, not in RFI. So for example, you are saying you want scoring in RFP. You can mention it as yes. Like we saw in survey, no? The performance management survey, that kind of scoring you want for this participants' responses. If you say yes for the participants' responses, you have to pre-grade the questions. And once responses are received, you can see the scoring. Okay, if you want to enable that, you can enable. So this one we discussed, allow participants to submit bids by email. If you want them to submit by email, you can submit them. Must participants improve their bids?
If I allow them to submit by the email, then basically it's same like surrogate bidding?
No. This is not surrogate bidding. Only in the email it will be there. How you
like
say?
In the email itself, the form will go and they can reply by email or something?
See, this is only for non-competitive events, not for competitive events. Okay, where there are not quantitative fields, qualitative fields, they can answer to this. Okay, for them, they can send it through email. But the quantitative ones where they have to mention the price, they always have to set this must participant improve their bids. Okay, if they are selecting this as yes, they have to select this as no.
Okay. Okay, so then this bidding process, you will just send the questionnaire and get the response through email.
Correct. Okay, when there are bids, okay, they are saying yes, they can not enable this one to yes. Okay, must participant improve their bids means, so for example, when the bidding started, okay, you have quoted 10 rupees and Amit has quoted 5 rupees, and again you have to revise the response. You can revise the response. That says what must participant improve their bids. Okay, and if you say no, not necessarily. I mean, they need not have to respond to their bids. I mean, if you say yes to this, other questions will come. I mean, if they have to improve their bid, okay, must participant beat the lead bid. Okay, so whoever is the rank one, for example, for that 2 rupees somebody has quoted, he is in rank 1. Others are 5 and 10. Okay. Here, least is the rank 1, right? Whoever is quoted least, he is rank 1. Okay. If you have selected this question again arises stating whether if they have to improve their bids, do they have to beat the lead bid? You can specify, not necessarily. I mean, they have to improve their bids, not necessarily they have to beat the lead bid. Okay. So,
But
if they have to
everybody
beat the
will
lead,
be able to see the response of all the suppliers
no.
for this
But
one.
yeah, no. They cannot. For example, there is a rule for that as well, whether you can show other participant responses or not. Okay. Create a buffer period, improve. Can participants submit to tie bids? Okay. Tie bids means, I mean, you are allowing everyone to submit same quote. Okay. If you allow this one, everyone will quote, for example, 50 rupees. That will become a tie. So, most of the cases, no tie bids. If you want a competitive price, select no price, and nobody will have a same price. When, for example, Amit has quoted 50 rupees, you are also trying to quote 50 rupees, it will say already somebody has quoted 50 rupees. You have to reduce the price if you select no tie bids. Okay. This improve bid by percentage or volume, nominal
So
amount.
in that case, Viraj, whoever submits the first, he is in the advantage or on the disadvantage side?
He is in disadvantage side only. First he is submitting 50, and the second one, no, he is in advantage. How can I say? See, for example, you are submitting 50.
How we are sharing the data with each other means that what's really confusing.
No, we are not sharing that. I mean, each other's rank are not shown to, I mean, the codes or ranks are not shown to other participants. Okay. But there is a possibility here. Show participants' response to other participants. Okay. If you enable this, in that case only, if you say no, each other's responses or ranks, nobody can see it. Otherwise, you can just specify show lead bid to all participants. Whoever is leading, only show that participant response to everyone. See, for example, Balakrishna is leading, okay, and looking at that, other participants are also will improve their bids. Only show whoever is leading, okay, and this also you can set to know show reserve price to all participants. For example, they are trying to quote a lesser price or more price. We'll keep a reserve price. I mean, my budget is only this much, not beyond that. Okay. Based on that, they can respond, and this also we can say no, don't show. Can participants see ranks? Their own rank they can see when they are leading, or their own rank whether they are 1 or 2 or 3 third rank they can see. Otherwise, no rank can be seen. But usually best practice is their own rank.
Actually, one input based on my experience, I can give you. See what happens whenever there is an auction kind of this sourcing projects. Okay, there we want to show the prices for all the suppliers to each other, based on which
Okay.
they used to reduce or increase the price.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Mhm.
suppose if there is a kind of tender where some different suppliers will submit their own bids, that
Correct.
we want to keep it hidden,
Hidden, yes. Mhm.
right?
Yes. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some kind of live auction is going on where anyone can see their rank and
Correct.
other
Yes.
Correct.
ranks.
Yes. Okay. And this one, can owner see responses before event closing? And the time was running in the back end when we are monitoring the event, time was running. As and when supplier is responding, we are able to see the supplier responses, right? So there is like a tender kind of a thing. Okay. I mean, even the buyer should not know until the time lapses. Only after the end of the time, the owner should know who has quoted what. Understood? See, for example,
Yeah.
there is 1 hour left. I mean, the RFP is running for 1 minute, 1 hour. In that, first Balkrishna has responded. Buyer is able to see responses from Balkrishna, and Amit has responded. He is able to see responses from Amit. Okay. So if we set this to know, okay, until the time, I mean, that 1 hour is finished, okay, when it comes to reaches zero, only after that, when the status turns to pending selection, only after that, owner also can see the responses, okay. So this is one kind of, I mean, setting we can do here. When we say no, other things are there, okay, at least they can see logs, right? I mean, see, what is the buyer responsibility during an event? Okay, he has to see who has responded or call them to respond to the events. Okay, at least if he is not if he set this to yes, he will see who is responding or who is not responding. If he set this to no, he will not see the responses, right? Then he is at least, I mean, if he select this log entries when supplier access the exit events, at least when he see the logs, okay, he see, okay, somebody has logged in and exit the events, and somebody when logged in and the supplier tried to download attachments. Okay, so log entries when supplier submit responses. Okay, these if we check, at least buyer will be able to see the logs, if not responses. What action they have taken from the logs, he can. Okay, if we set this to yes, he can see everything. Okay. Similarly, like yeah, these are all bidding rules. We will see how this works. This one also set a review period after a lot or item closes. Allow bidding over time. Estimated. These two are for auctions. Okay, this is very interesting thing. When we are working on auctions, we can see there.
And there are like this technical and commercial ones. Technical that the supplier qualifies, then only it goes to the commercial part.
That I will show you. RFP I will show you.
Okay.
Yeah, that is there. So in the rules, there is something called in RFP, maybe it is in RFP. We can set a gating criteria. Only after they respond to this, I mean, they can view the commercial part. That is in RFP, not here. When we edit this RFP event and go to rules, here also they have hide that field in the template. I will check in that. I mean, otherwise we will create our own template and see this. Okay. So RFI, it is nothing like a survey. You can have any number of questions in RFI. Okay. You can get responses from the supplier. Okay. You can monitor. Once it is in pending selection, you can download the reports and send it to the stakeholders. Okay, you can send and receive messages from compose message. You can see the logs from here. And you see, and when we are trying to send this discovery from suppliers, it was not working, and it told you check in RFI. I mean, this will only work in production. It showed right last time. Click here to learn more. The connectivity between Ariba discovery and test sites is not supported. This is like discovery suppliers is nothing. I mean, it works in production. Like you have a requirement, okay? In some 25 characters, you will define your posting and send it in Ariba Discovery like your Instagram post. And whoever is interested for that commodity and region, those suppliers will respond to that. And you can invite only those suppliers to the event. That is called Ariba Discovery. That works only in production site. Okay, this is about RFI. So,
Is there any implementation guide for Ariba?
Yes, I was also about to ask the same thing. Like,
what kind of implementation guide you need? I mean, for for everything. This is for SLP, okay? For SLP setup. For entire SLP setup, you have this guide.
So this is published by Ariba?
Yes.
Or SAP?
No, yeah, SAP.
Okay, it is published by them only, right?
Yeah. I was talking about the field mappings, no? For example, supplier field. It will give me all the field mappings exist in Ariba. See, for example, contact dot first name, vendor dot vendor info dot this one. Okay, starting from everything it has. If you want,
so it's a Word document or
PDF kind of thing.
Okay, so have you shared this with us?
No, not yet.
Yeah, this if you can share with us.
Yeah, sure, I'll share.
Okay, and another thing I want to know from you is, suppose if we are stuck anywhere in the process while doing implementation in Ariba, like what is there any way how we can take help from Ariba team, from the product team?
Yeah, of course you can take. You are implementing this. Okay, there are a few steps. Like main thing is you need data. Okay, from data import export, you can do this data. And then, for example, ERP integration. For everything, there is a guide. Okay, everything there is a guide, and at every point there is an engagement SPOC provided to you from Ariba. Okay.
Okay.
So you can contact that engagement SPOC, and he will help you on everything. I mean, wherever you stuck.
Okay. So
Yeah.
So further details we will take from you later on.
Yeah. See,
So Viraj, is this document also there in the our LMS system?
No, it is not there. I will send it to ZaranTech. They will send it to you. This is for supplier management setup and administration. Complete end to end it has.
That's good.
Okay, end to end it has. I mean, whatever you want to do on supplier, I told you there are two types of supplier management portfolios. One is life cycle and performance. Mostly you have to follow this one. I mean, nobody is using this new architecture. So many people are using this life cycle and performance only. Okay. Under this, ignore all these things and straight away stick to supply project management base. I mean, most of them are same comparatively. And okay, from here you can start everything. See, I told you there is supplier life cycle. There is a strategic sourcing suite. Okay, how you manage suppliers and life cycle. Okay, there is a API thing, supplier data API and pagination, common data import and export. The supplier data API is used if you are integrating your supplier data from any other external system. Okay, not integrated with ERP. To get the supplier information in Ariba, you are integrating with some other third-party tool. For that, you can use the supplier data API pagination. So for all other whatever we have discussed, for everything we have. It starts with a request, registration, qualification, performance, preferred status, disqualification.
Okay, fine.
So how we can do internal supplier request, external supplier request, new supplier registration, updates, qualification, preferred supplier category, performance evaluation using SPM projects, okay, integration options for SAP supplier management solutions, supplier IDs, what are the different IDs in supplier lifecycle and performance, all this in one page. I will share this.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sure.
And Raj, how frequently Ariba used to update their portal?
Quarterly. Release guide. Once you link to any client for implementation, you will receive notification, release guide notification every quarterly.
Okay, so this will be having automatic changes in our system, or they take our permission before doing that, or how the process is?
They take your
just take your time and confirm us.
No. The thing is, see, I was first release guide. When you say release guide, okay, some new features are coming to. I mean, they have developed some new features. Okay,
yes, right.
In these new features, few are manual. Okay, and few already applied. Okay, system is already applied in the system. You have to go and check in that. Okay, that is by default. They have did some enhancement in the system. That enhancement is already applied in the system. Okay, manual is there is a new feature available. If you wish to enable, you can enable it. If you if you want to enable that feature, you have to enable this parameter. You have to switch setting. If you switch this parameter to yes, then this feature will be enabled in your system.
Okay.
Two types. In the release guide, they will say this is by default, it is already applied in the system. Then you cannot change it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which process typically represents the transition point between upstream and downstream procurement in the Ariba suite? Option A, payment processing. Option B, contract creation. Option C, purchase requisition creation. Option D, supplier qualification. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master procurement and supplier management? Our SAP S/4HANA Ariba Upstream and Downstream with CIG course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP Ariba. It helps businesses handle purchasing, contracts, and payments smoothly. It also connects with SAP S for HANA using CIG for better data flow. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced concepts. It's made by experts who know the industry well. Your teachers are pros with years of experience. They will guide you and answer your questions anytime. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's budget friendly. You can learn all this at an affordable price. Ready to become an SAP Ariba expert? Sign up on our page now. For more info, check out ZaranTech's website.